I asked Johnson what he understood to be the purpose of the federal grand jury, the words coming out hesitatingly at first. Leonard told me he was primarily interested in the June 4th raid, he responded. A blatant lie. My nervousness and dry mouth vanished as I listened to his absurd answer. Johnson was trying to justify his failure to tell the grand jury about the FBI role in obtaining the floor plan and initiating the raid. He knew the grand jury was about December 4th and he had already admitted meeting with Assistant Attorney General Leonard, who was in charge of the grand jury, several times. Later, I got him to acknowledge that Leonard wanted to know what the FBI told Hanrahan's raiders before the raid. Johnson claimed he never told the grand jury prosecutors about either the floor plan or illegal guns, because he was never told those things before the raid or by the unknown staff person who briefed him before his grand jury testimony. I challenged Johnson's claim of ignorance. Wasn't it your responsibility to investigate Leonard's request? I asked. The defense lawyers stood up and objected to give him more time to answer. Johnson asked for the question to be read back 3 times. All he could come up with after the delay was I would have felt whoever briefed him knew, but I do not recall whom I asked. He admitted he never asked Mitchell, the person he knew was involved, or Piper, his supervisor, for information about the raid. Johnson denied knowing about the deal between Hanrahan and Leonard to assure there would be no disclosure of the FBI role, even though the April 8 FBI memo specifically states he was told of the agreement by FBI agent Leonard Treviranus. Perry refused to permit me to confront Johnson either with the document or Treviranus's testimony. That night a local newspaper described Johnson as someone whose memory seems to be deteriorating during questioning. His lawyers seemed at a loss on how to rehabilitate him, but Perry did the rehabilitation himself. The next day he told the jury that Johnson was not evasive at all. This comment was a gross violation of the judge's supposed impartiality and an invasion of the jury's duty to assess the credibility of the witnesses, but for Judge Perry it was business as usual. 34. The Deluge. Roy Mitchell, the point man in the FBI conspiracy and O'Neill's handler, walked to the witness box a few feet in front of us on March 11 to begin his testimony. His crew cut was even shorter than at his deposition. His stiff posture and military bearing gave him a straight appearance that contradicted what we knew from his deposition. In our most recent discovery, we received a COINTELPRO memo that indicated Mitchell instructed O'Neill to create a rift between the Panthers and SDS by circulating racist cartoons and attributing them to SDS. Another showed O'Neill proudly reporting to Mitchell that as chief of security he had devised a security plan for Panther headquarters that included nerve gas and an electric chair. Mitchell still denied that he or O'Neill was following COINTELPRO directives. Other Mitchell memos showed O'Neill reporting to him on Fred's daily activities in late 1969, as well as the content and attendance at his speeches. O'Neill told Mitchell about Fred and Deborah renting the apartment in October and that Fred met with National Panther leaders and would take Hilliard's position on the central staff if Hilliard went to jail. As Montgomery's inquiries moved forward chronologically to the period before the raid, Mitchell testified about a speech Fred gave in Chicago in November 1969. The cross-examination was going smoothly enough, if not dramatically. Montgomery: what information did O'Neill give you other than that he was making a speech? Mitchell: well, he's given me information about Mr. Hampton and a few other Panthers traveling to Rockford, Illinois. Montgomery: at some time he told you about his speech? Colin interjecting: I don't believe the witness completed his answer, Your Honor. Perry: well, I thought he had, but if he hadn't, he may do so. Is there something further? Mitchell had gotten a cue from Colin. He hesitated, but for only a moment. Yes, Your Honor, when they were contemplating killing a state police officer. Perry: I stand corrected, Mr. Colin. Montgomery came over to the table where Flint and I were seated. He leaned over and whispered, the motherfucker just sandbagged me. Do we have any document reflecting what he's saying? No, Flint and I responded in unison, shaking our heads. Montgomery returned to the lectern. I saw a sinister smile on Colin's face. Montgomery, did you make a written memo of that? What you just said? Mitchell, I don't know if it's recorded. Montgomery, have you read anything with that in it? Mitchell, I believe so, yes. Montgomery, where is it? Mitchell, I assume it's in the FBI files. Montgomery curtly, would you produce it, please? Thank you. Mitchell was trapped. He had made a striking accusation against Fred Hampton. If there were no report memorializing this, then he would look like a liar. If there was one, we should have received it in discovery. Every day for the next 2 weeks after cross-examination, we asked Mitchell if he had found the missing Rockford document. At one point he claimed he had gone through 30 volumes of files trying to locate it, but had not found it. Flint's ears perked up. How could he be looking through 30 volumes of files when we supposedly have the complete files, which are less than 1 volume? Cantor jumped in stating emphatically we had received all the files with information from or about O'Neill. The entire informant file. Flint asked. Cantor, that's correct. Taylor, could we have an affidavit on that? Perry, that's not necessary. After 2 weeks of questioning Mitchell, Perry told Montgomery, I expect you to conclude with this witness this afternoon. Montgomery focused on the key points in the conspiracy. Roy Mitchell again admitted he had 5 to 7 meetings with Jalovec, including a face-to-face meeting at the state's attorney's office on the morning of December 1 or 2 with Jalovec and Groth, and there he had told them about illegal weapons at 2337. Montgomery, did you draw them a floor plan? Mitchell, I had notes with me, yes, I do not recall them taking notes, whatsoever. Montgomery, did you show this outline to Groth and Jones? Mitchell, they could have seen it, yes. I took it over there with the purpose of disseminating it to them. They didn't appear that interested in it. Montgomery, did you show it to them? Mitchell, I believe so. Montgomery, did you discuss the possibility of conducting a raid? Mitchell, we never discussed a raid in the 5 to 7 meetings. I did tell Jalovec that Fred Hampton, Deborah Johnson, Louis Trulock, and Doc Satchel frequented the apartment. By agreement, I interrupted Montgomery's cross-examination and asked Mitchell if he had found the missing memo. Mitchell, that document was found last night. It's being prepared. It will be ready sometime this afternoon. How convenient. Just after he expects to leave the witness stand. As Mitchell was stepping down, I asked him to tell us where he'd found the document. Perry, now just a minute. Let's put him on the witness stand and get it all. Perry was hoping to help Mitchell but had inadvertently volunteered him to answer questions on the missing document under oath. Mitchell back on the witness stand, I have found the document, yes. Haas, in what file did you locate it? Mitchell, in the file captioned Powell. Haas, was a copy of that document in the Black Panther file. Mitchell knew the FBI had been ordered to produce that file for us in discovery. Mitchell, I did not find it there. A clever non-answer. I asked Mitchell why it took him so long to find the Rockford document. He testified that he'd looked for days in the Panther file but admitted his search did not include the time period of the Rockford incident. Mitchell said he then switched to the much smaller Lincoln Powell file and found it in half an hour. We had never asked for the Lincoln Powell file, in fact we had never heard the name, so finding it there would not expose that the FBI had withheld files Perry ordered. In the afternoon, Cantor sheepishly admitted that copies of the document were also in the files titled Hampton, O'Neill, and Black Panther. Well, why were they not produced? Judge Perry asked. Cantor, I must apologize, because it has been my understanding. We will take a recess and bring up the whole file. Christenbury, I would now, for what it's worth, apologize to the court and to counsel. We did misunderstand the court's order. I apologize for the inconvenience it has caused the court and other counsel. Court recessed until 9:30 a.m. the next day. Sorry we concealed all those documents for so long and told everyone they didn't exist, I mimicked the straight-laced Christenbury in the hallway when Flint and I left court. That's okay, Flint replied in the same sarcastic tone. Just because we are in the third month of the trial and may have to start all over, it's just a slight inconvenience. Seriously, what are we going to do if they produce a lot more material? I asked. I don't know, he replied. We've been fighting so long to get the documents. Now I can't see how we can use them effectively without a long delay. The next morning, Flint, Montgomery, Dennis, just back from Attica, and I waited in court. Maybe, just maybe, the FBI was going to come clean. I had alerted the media and they were present with sketchpads in hand. 20 minutes later both doors at the rear of the court swung open. I heard the rattle of wheels rolling down the corridor outside. A gray cart emerged through the doorway, pushed by Assistant U.S. Attorney Quokka. Its two shelves were packed with black-bound notebooks. There was more rattling from the hallway, and Christenbury entered pushing an identical cart, followed by Cantor wheeling a third one. The procession continued down the aisle of the courtroom past the spectator benches, past the attorneys' tables, and came to rest at the podium before the judge. Cantor stood next to the carts, looking up at Perry like a disobedient puppy. A quick count showed 5,500-page volumes from the Hampton and O'Neill files, which should have been produced long ago and certainly in January. The remainder, another 150 volumes, held Black Panther Party files. The parts of those relating to our clients were supposed to have been produced. FBI agent Deaton testified that Piper and Cantor told him what to turn over. Let the jury hear that, I thought. Concealing evidence is evidence of guilt. How could we possibly read, catalog, and use this material effectively 2 months into the trial? It's impossible. It can't be done. It's outrageous. We need to start all over and they need to pay for their concealment. With the press staring at him and the withheld evidence before him, Perry repeated that these were documents he had previously ordered produced. Flint said it would take us 6 months to read and catalog the material after the FBI copied and excised it, not to mention another several weeks asking the FBI defendants in depositions if they had read or authored the reports. In a quick huddle at a court break, Flint suggested that we ask for sanctions and a mistrial. Montgomery was hesitant to start all over, so we agreed to pursue sanctions only. Flint walked to the podium. Your Honor, we want to file a motion for sanctions and contempt against the federal defendants and their lawyers for deliberately concealing this evidence and for violations of the discovery rules. We also want to question Cantor on his role in keeping the documents secret. Perry looked befuddled for a moment, shifting through the papers on his desk as if the answer were there. Then suddenly he regained his composure and declared, it was a mistake, negligence on the part of the FBI. Call the jury in, he told the clerk, before we could respond. Hard to overlook 150 volumes, Flint replied. After the FBI lawyers had removed the carts, the jury was brought in. There's been a misunderstanding of my rulings, Perry told them. We are going to recess this case for another week. You should blame me, not any of the parties or their lawyers. The jurors shook their heads, annoyed and puzzled at another delay. They would have found out the reason that afternoon, but Judge Perry had ordered them not to read the papers. Government caught hiding thousands of files, one of the headlines ran. Our jurors were among the few adults in Chicago who were never informed that the FBI had been caught hiding evidence. 35. O'Neill gets a bonus. During the week of recess, the FBI delivered a batch of documents from the newly produced files in court every day. Some showed O'Neill tracking Hampton's every move. Others showed O'Neill involved in criminal activities. On April 8, during a recess, Flint and I were scanning the newest ones. I stopped short and reread a one-page document. Flint, this is unbelievable. It's what we've been waiting for. I said, unable to contain my excitement. I thought we had them at last. I handed the sheet to Flint. It was a one-page airtel, or air telegram, from Piper to Hoover dated December 11, a week following the raid. The document sought a special payment to O'Neill because he provided a detailed inventory of the weapons and also a detailed floor plan of the apartment at 2337 W. Monroe, to local authorities. This information was not available from any other source and proved to be of tremendous value in that it subsequently saved injury and possible death to police officers participating in a raid at the address on the morning of December 4, '69. The raid was based on the information furnished by informant. It is felt that this information is of considerable value in consideration of a special payment to informant. The document was an admission that O'Neill, not Groth's supposed informant, was the source of information for the warrant and the raid. What was particularly haunting was Piper's cold assessment that a bonus was due the informant because of his role in Fred and Mark's deaths and that local FBI agents were claiming credit for the murderous raid. In the same pile with Piper's bonus request we found a similar memo urging a reward for O'Neill from Roy Mitchell, as well as an FBI memo approving the bonus. In another newly produced document Mitchell described O'Neill as a counterintelligence agent, which Mitchell had repeatedly denied on the witness stand. We should have had these when Mitchell was testifying, Flint said. We have to get sanctions. But Perry refused to grant us even a hearing on the sanctions motion we filed. He accused us of filing motions in the newspapers and stalling. He said he would consider the sanctions motion at the end of the trial when it would no longer be a viable remedy. The FBI was allowed to benefit from its secreting of documents. We were the ones he punished. Perry withdrew his agreement to allow us to recall Mitchell and ordered, "Call your next witness." "The plaintiffs will call Robert Piper," I said angrily. Because we were still getting documents, I asked Perry to postpone my questioning of Piper. The court, "I'm telling you, you've got a witness on the stand and we will not hear anything until you proceed with this witness." "Proceed?" "Haas, we would like to have the evidence before we proceed with the witness." The court, "Proceed, Mr. Haas. You've had thousands of documents." When Piper took the witness stand, he still wore that smirk he'd worn at his deposition, but he was no longer shielded by the judge's orders prohibiting questions about COINTELPRO. When I confronted Piper with his paper trail, he admitted to most of the facts that outlined the conspiracy. It just took a long time. 7 weeks in fact, much of which was spent at nights as well as in court reviewing the remainder of the many volumes of files the FBI had finally produced. During Piper's testimony the FBI produced 2 new volumes of instructions to FBI agents that bore Piper and Johnson's signatures. These directed FBI agents to destroy what the BPP stands for, escalate actions against the BPP, and destroy the Breakfast for Children program. Piper testified that Mitchell had immediately notified him when Fred and Deborah moved into 2337 and that he was passing on information about guns in the apartment to Hanrahan's office and the Gang Intelligence Unit. Piper passed the information to Marlon Johnson because he knew Johnson was vitally interested in the Panthers and Fred Hampton. A far different image than the aloofness Johnson tried to project. Piper testified that Mitchell told him on December 1 or 2 that the weapons were being returned to Hampton's apartment. Nevertheless, Piper called GIU head Thomas Lyons and told him that the Panthers were expecting a raid. Lyons assured Piper the GIU would not go ahead. Piper never informed either the ATF or FBI headquarters that there were illegal weapons in the apartment, which would have required them to take action themselves. Instead, he approved Mitchell's meetings with Groth and Jalovec to set up the raid and provide them the floor plan. On December 3, Piper initialed the COINTELPRO status report to Hoover stating the Chicago FBI office expected a positive course of action to result. Later, when the federal grand jury met, Piper provided the case agent, Trevor Anus, with negative information about the Panthers and Fred Hampton. He never divulged the existence of the floor plan or that the FBI initiated the raid or was the source for the search warrant. With Plaintiff's Exhibit 83, the document memorializing his request for O'Neill's bonus, in my hand, I approached Piper. I asked him if he'd authored that document. Yes, he had. And yes, O'Neill had provided the information for the raid, and yes, O'Neill deserved a bonus for the results. Piper remained unabashedly proud of the FBI's contribution and enjoyed his opportunity to take credit publicly. In what may or may not have been a slip of the tongue, Piper's exuberance got away from him, and he described the raid as a success. I stopped questioning him for a moment to contemplate the best response. You consider it a success because Hampton and Clark were killed, don't you? A pause. Piper's lawyers must have been afraid Piper's arrogance might get him to agree, so they intervened and objected to prevent him from answering. I made another effort to confront him. Haas, now, Mr. Piper, was it your belief in 1969 that because the Panthers were a threat, that you and the FBI had a right to violate their constitutional rights? The court, objection sustained. None had been made. That is not the type of question to ask the witness, and you know it, counsel. It is time you begin to ask correct questions. The difficulty of those questions is that it infers an answer. If the question goes unanswered, it is something the jury may hold against the witness. Haas, Your Honor, this is cross-examination of a defendant, I believe. The court, this is cross-examination. Will you shut up? Haas, well, I object to the court's remarks, Your Honor. The court, objection noted and overruled. Just one more quip from you, and I will hold you in contempt. All this took place in front of the jury. At the first recess I responded. Haas, yes, Your Honor, I am forced, I think, because of Your Honor's comments, to move for a mistrial based on what happened this morning. I believe we were. The court, motion denied. By June, after 6 months of trial, only 3 defendants had testified, although we had uncovered thousands of secreted files. I feared our jury was hopelessly bored and confused by the endless delays and objections, as well as prejudiced by Perry's hostile and disdainful remarks. Panther trial slowed by discovery of documents. One news story ran, describing the 20 shelf feet of files the U.S. attorneys had wheeled into court. Jim Montgomery was beginning to leave courtroom duties to Flint and me as he tended to his own criminal caseload. He saw the trial becoming endless. The routine was wearing all of us down. My one regular escape from the pressure of the courtroom was yoga. I had learned the 10 postures of Hatha Yoga, beginning with the sun salutations and ending with the headstand. In the morning and sometimes after court at the beach, when it was warm, I would look at the world upside down for 5 minutes, my head and forearms supporting my body. The world looked different, sometimes clearer. I always finished refreshed. I also was what people considered a polar bear in Chicago. I swam in Lake Michigan most of the year. By June, I swam off the rocks at Lincoln Park and had most of the still freezing lake to myself. 36. December 4th, revisited. The 7 raid survivors testified during the summer, from June until September, most of it during lengthy cross-examination. Doc Satchel walked to the witness stand hunched over at the waist from his bullet wounds and resulting surgeries and stitches. Slight, with a boyish face, he had left his pre-med courses at the University of Illinois to join the Panthers and eventually headed up the medical clinics. On the night of the raid, Doc had been asleep in the front bedroom when the police came to the front door. I was awakened by what sounded like a knock on the door, he testified. I began to listen to become alert to what was going on, when I heard gunshots. They sounded as if they came from the front of the apartment. Doc tried to wake the others in the first bedroom, yelling for them to get down as more shots were fired. He was lying on the floor himself in the dark between 2 beds when he heard a rapid succession of shots and noticed that I was hit several times, and I hollered in agony, and I heard them Verlina and Blair holler in agony also. From the doorway a voice said, "We got him, we got him." Doc testified that he yelled, "I'm shot, and I can't move." Then he heard, "If Black Panthers kill police, police will kill Black Panthers." Doc was ordered to stand up and walk out. When he stumbled, the police told him, "Get up, nigger." He dragged himself up and hobbled out. The police pushed everyone into the kitchen. One police officer told Doc, "You won't be able to have kids now," and the other officers laughed. Doc was shot 4 times from knee to stomach. His colon was torn up and was partially removed. During his month-long stay in the hospital, he was handcuffed to his bed 24 hours a day. "Would you show the jury the scar from your bullet's wounds?" Montgomery asked. Doc raised his shirt to expose an 8-inch gray and scarlet scar running from his lower chest to his abdomen. It was crisscrossed with stitch marks. At Montgomery's request, Doc pointed to the entry points of the 2.45 caliber bullets that struck his stomach. The pain, the operations, and his lengthy rehabilitation had destroyed his former buoyancy. Harold Bell, with his large muscular body, looked stiff and uncomfortable as he took the stand. He testified that he woke up in the living room to the police knock and ran to the back to wake up Fred. "I shook the chairman, I shook him twice, and he just looked up like he was sleeping, just raised his head up and opened his eyes and his head went back down." Unable to rouse the chairman, Harold crouched in the corner of the bedroom to avoid being shot. A police officer stuck a shotgun into the room, saw Harold, and pulled him out. Harold was pushed to the floor on his stomach, and his hands were cuffed behind him. Harold testified that the police continued shooting from the kitchen until Truelock called out from the bedroom that there was a pregnant girl in there. During a pause, Truelock and Deborah came out from the bedroom. Harold heard a raider say, "That's Fred Hampton." He saw Gloves Davis in the kitchen, and he and another officer fired into Fred's bedroom. After more shots, he heard a raider ask, "Is he dead?" Then Harold heard, "Bring him out," followed by the thud of something hitting the floor. Harold later saw Fred lying in the dining room, blood dripping from his head. Harold described the raid as similar to military operations he had witnessed in Vietnam because the raiders moved to a series of vantage points under covering fire, quickly gaining control of the apartment. There was no cross-examination. In late summer, Louis Truelock, whose testimony was the most problematic of the plaintiffs, was due to testify. Not only did he have a substantial criminal record, he had made the sworn statement to my law partners claiming he'd fired a pump rifle at the police as he ran down the hallway to rouse Fred. This statement had been the focus of Hanrahan's and the raiders' criminal defense. We had no choice but to call Truelock. If we didn't, the defendants would. Even without his testimony, they could put his statement in as evidence of an admission. Flint was going to be away during Truelock's testimony. I had no one to watch my back. Montgomery only came to court occasionally now. Herbert Reed's presence in the courtroom was becoming less frequent and he seldom spoke. Herb had signed on for a long trial, but we were in our 9th month with no end in sight. His energy waned. When Truelock came to my office for his trial preparation, his clothes were disheveled, and it was clear he was living on the streets. His hair and beard had changed from salt and pepper to mostly white, and he looked haggard. Still, I felt a bond from my first interview, and he trusted me. "It ain't gonna be fun," I told him. "They're going to grill you about the statement. You remember what that was like in Hanrahan's trial?" "Yeah, and Sears, the special prosecutor, didn't try to protect me. He didn't object to any of their questions." "Well, I'll do my best to stop them," I said, "but the judge doesn't listen to me. You know, Jeff, I never picked up a gun. I told you that the first day. Later, when people were saying I was the snitch, I wanted it to look like I had done something to save Fred. I believed Truelock, because of what he told me originally and because there was no pump rifle, bullets, shell casings, or resulting bullet holes that matched a shot from the hallway. So keep it simple," I said. "Just tell the jury what you told me when we first talked and what you said today about the statement. We can handle the truth." He relaxed a little. Truelock told me that it was primarily O'Neill who accused him of setting Fred up. Before that they had been friends, and O'Neill frequently bragged to him about burglaries and robberies he committed. When Fred saw O'Neill carrying a gun, he ordered him to stop and changed his role from bodyguard to errand runner. Truelock said O'Neill once pulled out a satchel full of explosives and told him they could use them to blow up an armory and get some guns. He had putty, blasting caps, and plastic bottles filled with some kind of liquid, which he said was an explosive. In court, Truelock testified that he woke to a knock followed by voices and then gunshots. He ran down the hall to wake Fred. "Did you have anything in your hands?" I asked. "No." He said he couldn't wake Fred up, and after a lot of shooting, he called out that there was a pregnant sister in the room. After Deborah and he were pulled out and placed in the kitchen, he heard more gunshots and later saw Fred's body lying on the door. He had to walk around it when he was led out the front. He was then taken to the Wood Street station. "And what happened there?" "Objection," Colin intervened. "Sustained," Perry responded. The judge wasn't about to let Truelock testify about his overhearing the Wood Street police say, "Rush is next." I asked Truelock if he ever told anyone from my office that he had fired at the police. He said he had. It was because some Panthers, particularly O'Neill, were labeling him an informant. Truelock then started to describe O'Neill's provocative role in the party. The objections started flying from all the defendants' lawyers that O'Neill's illegal acts were irrelevant. Perry excused the jury and sustained their objections. The next day I questioned Truelock outside the presence of the jury. "Panther misdeeds urged by FBI spy," the UPI headlines, went out all over the country and even made it to the Atlanta papers. The news stories contained Truelock's description of O'Neill's efforts to induce Panthers to commit burglaries and robberies and use explosives. Our jury never heard it. One morning in September, when Truelock was scheduled to continue testifying, he wasn't in court. Perry came out on the bench and asked where the witness was. I had to admit I didn't know. 3 phone calls later, I had no new information. I told the judge I had not been able to reach Truelock, perhaps he was sick. Could we recess for the day? Sensing blood, the defendant's attorneys said if they were not allowed to finish cross-examination, his direct testimony should be stricken, his statement admitted, and the jury should be informed that he had refused to return. I begged for time. Judge Perry gave me until the next morning to produce Truelock or get proof he was dead or in a hospital somewhere. It was 11 a.m. on a very hot day when I went out to find Truelock. PLO had no investigative staff. I drove out to the west side to the last address I had for Truelock and climbed to the 3rd floor and knocked. A middle-aged woman in a house dress came to the door. "Does Louis Truelock live here?" I asked. "Sometimes," she said, "but he didn't come home last night." "Do you know where I can find him?" "I'm his lawyer and he needs to come to court." "Sometimes he stays at his daughter's house, but she ain't got a phone." The woman described the building where his daughter lived, several blocks away. I was sweating as I entered the unlocked front door of a dilapidated 3-story building. There was a strong urine smell in the stairway. This is the pits, I thought. Here I am trying to find my client, who was getting roasted on the witness stand, to coax him back. At the top of the stairs, I knocked on the apartment door. No answer. Then I heard some rustling noises inside. Another long wait. "Who's there?" a woman's voice finally asked. "It's Jeff Haas. I'm Louis Truelock's lawyer. He needs to come to court." A few minutes later Truelock appeared, red-eyed and half awake but a welcome sight. "Let's go have some breakfast," I suggested. "Man, I can't take their shit no more," he said over scrambled eggs and toast at a nearby diner. "You gotta hang in there, not only for you but for the Hamptons and Mrs. Clark. You know I'm telling the truth, but the judge don't want to hear it," he said. I explained that if he didn't finish, they would argue from his statement that he fired at the police. Only you can testify that the statement's not true. Okay, he said. I'll be there. Do you want to stay with me tonight, or I can get you a motel room? No, I'm straight. We agreed I'd pick him up at his daughter's for court at 8 the next morning. I spent the rest of my day worrying whether Truelock would be there. But he was, and even wore a clean shirt. After breakfast I drove him to court. I mumbled something to Perry about Truelock having a bad headache. Perry admonished him to be on time. Truelock resumed testifying. He didn't excel on cross, but he endured. We had just dodged a bullet. When Jim Montgomery called Deborah to the witness stand, a hush descended on the courtroom. She was a large woman with a big afro. She identified 6-year-old Fred Hampton Jr., sitting with Iberia and Francis, as her and Fred's son. She testified that he often asked about his father, whom Deborah spoke of with reverence, elongating the name Fred. She fell in love with him the first time she saw him. They had moved into 2337 West Monroe in October, but Fred didn't always sleep there because of security concerns. Sometimes he stayed at his parents' house in Maywood. Fred never used drugs and only once or twice had she seen him with a beer. When Deborah found out she was pregnant, Fred wanted them to be together and raise their child. They talked about marriage. On December 3, they went to bed after midnight. Fred called his parents but fell asleep on the phone. Deborah had to finish the conversation with Fred's sister, Dee Dee. Deborah testified she woke up to gunfire. Harold was shaking Fred, trying to wake him. The bullets were coming so fast that the mattress was shaking. Fred never really woke up. He just raised up slowly and put his head back down. Deborah crawled on top of Fred to protect him. After someone in the room yelled, "We got a pregnant sister in here," the police pulled her out and made her stand in the kitchen. 2 police entered the bedroom. One of the policemen asked, "Is he still alive?" "I heard 2 shots, then he's good and dead now." Deborah broke down in tears several times. She had expected she and Fred would raise their child together, and Fred would support them. Deborah testified that she had no blood on her nightgown as she was pulled out of the bedroom and did not see blood on Fred at that point. Montgomery uncovered the mattress, which had been placed in front of the jury. The top third was covered with dried blood. Deborah broke down crying. She said the blood was not there or on Fred when she left the bedroom. 37. An honest FBI man. The autumn leaves lay wet on the ground in late October when Robert Zimmers, the FBI's most senior and respected firearms examiner, came to Chicago. I met him at his hotel room on Lincoln Park West, across from the zoo. Zimmers had already told the federal grand jury that only one shot could have come from the Panthers. He would be a key witness for us. Zimmers was a smallish man in his 60s with a short crew cut, and he appeared to be a by-the-books kind of guy. But he was more personable than I expected. He opened his briefcase to pull out his notes and we got to work. 2 things stood out as we discussed his findings. One was his objectivity in examining and testing the physical evidence and stating his conclusions. The other was his disdain for the sloppy work and false reports of the Chicago Police Crime Lab. We would later write in our appellate brief, of the government officers to become involved in this case, only Zimmers firmly placed his obligation to the truth above his fealty to law enforcement. He showed me that Sajanas's false matching of the 2 shotgun shells found in the apartment to Brenda Harris's weapon could not have been an honest mistake. He compared the firing pin marks on those shells with the marks on shells he had test-fired from the shotgun the police claimed Brenda was holding. He put one of the shells found at the apartment under one side of a double-lens microscope and the shell he test-fired from Brenda's weapon under the other. He pulled out photos of the hammer marks. They were totally dissimilar. Sajanas was experienced enough to see the difference. He must have yielded to pressure. We spent that evening and the next going over his examinations, test firings, and each of his conclusions. By the time I put him on the stand, I was confident he knew his stuff and, just as important, I actually understood it. Zimmers was a 30-year veteran of the FBI, and he'd been selected to work on the Kennedy assassination. His credentials and impartiality would be difficult for government lawyers to challenge. Nevertheless, they had objected to his using the scale model he'd prepared for the federal grand jury until he'd gone back to Washington with the scale model and re-drilled several of the holes he had not originally made himself. To stall more, the defendants refused to stipulate that the weapons examined by Zimmers were the ones carried by the cops. A point of contention throughout the trial had been whether to refer to the events of December 4 as a raid, as we would have it, or as the service of a search warrant, the terms the defendants wanted. They often objected when we labeled the incident a raid, but the defendants' attorneys often slipped and called it a raid themselves. On November 1, 1976, the defendants agreed to a stipulation that the shotgun Zimmers had examined and marked as RZ#51 was the one carried by Officer Jones on the raid. 2 days later, when I correctly quoted the same stipulation, Colin protested to Judge Perry that I misread the stipulation in a deliberate, willful, and intentional attempt to prejudice the jury. Flint said we could clear up the matter quickly if we had access to the transcript. We had no transcript because we could not afford the $3 per page being charged for daily copy. Taylor, Judge, we want the transcript brought here. Perry had his own copy. Perry, keep quiet. I will fine you right now if you don't keep quiet. Taylor, you are going to make an error. Judge Perry, shut up and bring the jury. Be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Haas has deliberately and willfully misread a statement. I direct that you read that statement, that stipulation, correctly. Because I had in fact read it correctly, I explained to the judge that he was mistaken. Colin falsely stated the stipulation contained the words "the service of the search warrant." Judge Perry, now that is it. Taylor, that is not the stipulation, Your Honor, I object to that. Judge Perry, with the jury still present, just a minute. Shut up. Now that is the correct stipulation. I couldn't read the real stipulation without being held in contempt. I wasn't going to lie and repeat Colin's incorrect stipulation. The next question I asked Zimmers ducked the issue and referred to the sawed-off shotgun as the weapon carried by Officer Jones. 2 days later, Flint and I went to the offices of Claude Yoker, Perry's court reporter, to purchase the transcript. Yoker ushered us into a side office. He said he feared being bugged. Yoker was well aware of the controversy around the stipulation. Before the trial, he had agreed to provide us transcripts on a pay-when-you-can basis but had stopped suddenly in February. Yoker found his stenographic notes. You're right. The words "weapon carried on the raid" were what they stipulated to. There's something else, he said, looking down. The reason I told you that daily copy was $3 per page was because Colin told me he and the other defendants' lawyers would pay me that rate for each copy if I charged you the same. Normally the $3 fee would be split among all the lawyers. You should be paying less than $1. Yoker told us we'd been cut off because Colin found out he was giving us the transcript for less and he threatened to stop paying the extra. Yoker also said Colin warned him to keep our deal a secret, and that he had been contacting him consistently to make sure we weren't getting transcripts. Not only had the higher fee kept us from daily copy, the city, county, and feds were paying tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars extra, so we couldn't afford it. I asked Yoker if he would include what he told us in an affidavit. To my surprise, he said he would. When we returned to the office, we agreed Flint would write the transcript motion, and I'd write the one asking Perry to correct his nasty remarks. The first one asked that the defendant's lawyers be held in contempt and that we receive past transcripts at the cost of 5 cents per page. It further sought to inform the City Council and County Board that Colin's deal had already cost taxpayers more than $100,000 and that Colin and Valina's legal bill already exceeded $1.2 million. The other motion asked Perry to correct his grossly prejudicial and erroneous remarks, and declare a mistrial. We charged that Colin had read an imaginary stipulation, and Judge Perry had accepted it as the gospel. We tipped off the press to Colin's secret transcript deal and gave them copies of our motions. The headlines the following day were "Charged Transcript Fee Gouge in Panther Case," and "New Rip-Off Charge at the Panther Trial." As we argued the motions, Perry sat stone-faced. He ignored my entreaty that every day his prejudicial remarks went uncorrected, their harm was amplified. He gave the defendants 10 days to respond to our motions, told Flint and me to shut up and stop arguing, and ordered me to proceed with Zimmers's testimony. I was beyond pissed off. As we returned from the lectern, Flint hurled his notebook and papers onto our counsel table. "Something like a handball serve," is the way one reporter described it. His papers slid across the table and hit a water pitcher, which fell to the carpet in front of the empty jury box. The glass lining broke and the water spilled. Judge Perry looked up. "Perry, all right, let the record show the conduct of both counsel in throwing papers around, and one of them, what is it that is broken over there?" "Colin ever the snitch, sir, there is a broken glass pitcher." "Perry, all right. Mr. Taylor, you did that, and you are now held in contempt, and the court now orders you committed into the custody of the Attorney General of the United States for a period of 24 hours and orders the marshal to take you into custody forthwith." "Court is in recess," said Perry as he left the courtroom. Flint stood there in shock, looking at the empty bench. The marshals let him gather his papers before they escorted him toward the lockup. It wasn't over. Out bounced Perry. As I went to pick up the pieces of the water pitcher, Perry ordered me to stop and sit down. He then demanded that the jury be brought back into the courtroom to observe the broken pitcher. When they had been marched in and out, with puzzled faces, as no explanation was given, Perry allowed a recess for Valina to photograph the debris. Looking for a way around the ban on the press taking photographs in the courtroom, Perry told Valina the press may have a copy of the picture that is taken, but to make sure they pay you for whatever it costs. Colin's phony accusation about us misstating the stipulation had paid off big time. Nevertheless, Zimmers's testimony continued, protracted but unshaken. He explained that when he visited the apartment he had seen an indentation containing gunpowder in the foyer. Zimmers testified that a shotgun blast fired toward the apartment from just outside and to the left of the front door would make the impression he saw, and that the powder and wadding found in the impression were consistent with number 8 shot, the type loaded only into Officer Jones's weapon. Zimmers had labeled Jones's shot number 1 on his diagram. Zimmers testified that Groth fired through the front door into the living room when the door was opening, and the door was also open when Clark's shot was fired. The shot from Mark Clark's shotgun was at a substantial upward angle, consistent with his weapon going off as Clark fell to the floor behind the door. Zimmers also stated unequivocally that the 2 shotgun shells Sajanas had identified as coming from a Panther weapon actually were fired by Officer Suzuki, one of the raiders. Zimmers explained that if Trulock had fired a pump rifle when he was running down the hall, as his statement claimed, there would have to be resulting impact points and expended shells. There were none. And of course there was no pump rifle found. Similarly, if Fred Hampton had fired from the back bedroom, as Officer Carmody claimed, there would have to be expended shells in the bedroom and impact points in the kitchen, and there were none. I had Zimmers come down from the witness stand and walk over to his 3-dimensional scale model of the apartment set up in front of the jury. He had constructed the model at FBI headquarters from his observation of the bullet holes he'd seen, measured, and photographed in the apartment. With a pointer, he demonstrated the absence of any impact points on the west side of the apartment or at the back door. These were the locations where the police had entered. It is where the Panther shots would have struck if they'd fired at the police. Zimmers resumed the witness stand. He matched the .30 caliber bullet removed from Fred's superficial chest wound to Gloves' carbine. The 2 fatal entry and exit wounds in Fred's head could have come from a handgun or Gloves' carbine. Zimmers testified that if Fred was lying with his head toward the bedroom door, as everyone had placed him, then the two trajectories were consistent with him being shot at point-blank range from above and at the head of the bed or the doorway. The fatal shots did not come through the wall. Zimmers refused to give credence to the raiders' implausible theories about bullets and shotgun blasts disappearing out windows, doors, and into thin air, leaving no impact points or shells behind. He was so clear and unyielding in refuting Collins' hypothetical scenarios, Judge Perry intervened to tell Zimmers not to argue the plaintiff's case, and even told the jury Zimmers clearly did not want to admit a mistake. After a particularly difficult Zimmers day, I noticed a tall, 30-ish woman with long brown hair and pale blue eyes sitting on our side of the spectators section. I had seen her a couple times before. I introduced myself. She said her name was Maggie Roche. "I see they're giving you and Flint a rough time," she said. "That's a bit of an understatement," I replied. "What brings you here?" I asked. "I was out of town when I heard Fred Hampton was killed. I've been angry ever since that nothing was done to Hanrahan or the cops. If Hampton were white, they never would have killed him. Their smiles make me sick." By this time we were walking outside in the hall. Maggie asked me when the informant was due to testify. "In a couple weeks," I said. "If you give me your number, I'll call and let you know when O'Neill, that's his name, hits the stand." The next day I called her, and we went out to dinner at a Vietnamese restaurant. Over dinner I learned that Maggie was a public school teacher working with children with special needs. "That's got to be about as tough as this job," I said. "It can be, but I chose it over teaching the gifted." She said that she had devoted her teaching career to working with those most in need and constantly had to fight against the racist policies of the Chicago School Board. Fighting racism was something we had in common. After a couple months of dating, I moved into Maggie's apartment. Although she came from the same Irish Catholic background as Hanrahan and his lawyer Colin, she despised their attitudes toward blacks and had rebelled against similar prejudices in her own family. For 11 months my life had been the trial day and night. Other than yoga and swimming, my world had become court and the office. I was lucky to get an afternoon on a weekend to spend outside. It was a comfort and a relief to have someone to be with and talk to about the frustrations of court. 38. Witness O'Neill. Anticipation grew over William O'Neill's imminent appearance. Those of us close to the Panthers wanted to see how this cocky, streetwise Judas would conduct himself in the courtroom. To my surprise and delight, my mother came up from Atlanta to watch me question him. She too had been following the trial. Spectators and press filled the courtroom on November 30th as O'Neill, dressed in a dark conservative suit, took the witness stand. Low murmurs of pig emanated from our side of the spectator section. The defendants had convinced Perry to provide extra security for O'Neill, and a marshal was stationed next to the door where the jurors entered and exited. At Montgomery's insistence, the marshal was moved out of the jury's path. O'Neill was calm, polite, and showed little emotion as he answered my preliminary questions with "yes, sir," or "no, sir." The FBI had prepped him well. "I joined the FBI because I believed in law enforcement," O'Neill told the jury, even though I confronted him with his deposition testimony that he had no other reason than money for becoming an informant. He also had conveniently forgotten that Mitchell had arranged for criminal charges in his car theft case to be dropped. When I confronted O'Neill about his building an electric chair and wiring the office to electrocute intruders, he claimed these were done at the urging of Hampton and Rush. He admitted taking the Panthers out for target practice at a friend's farm in Michigan, but glibly added, "Better they shoot at trees than police officers." He denied entirely a plan to construct an airplane armed with explosives to drop on City Hall, and the many burglaries he carried out with Panthers Robert Bruce and Nathaniel Jr. Other provocative and illegal acts he didn't remember at this time, sir. O'Neill admitted meeting with Mitchell in November and testified that Mitchell brought with him gruesome photos of the two police officers slain that day in a shootout with former Panther Jake Winters. He said Mitchell requested information about the layout of Hampton's apartment, but O'Neill claimed he didn't know why Mitchell wanted it. Concerning his next meeting with Mitchell, O'Neill testified, "I don't recall providing him with a floor plan, no sir. I pulled the large cardboard blow-up of the floor plan out from under the counsel table and put it on an easel in front of O'Neill, where the jury could see it. I pointed to each table, bed, desk, lamp, and dresser and asked O'Neill who provided the location for each item on the blow-up. He admitted it all came from him. And you provided Mitchell with the information that this was the bed that Fred Hampton and Deborah Johnson slept in when they were there, didn't you?" "I did," he testified, reluctantly. By the time I had shown him every room, it was clear he could not have recalled so many details without sketching the plan himself while he was at 2337 or shortly thereafter. He would not have done this without Mitchell's request, and he must have brought his sketch to their meeting. I asked O'Neill if later he had been concerned that his floor plan led to Fred's death. "I was curious but not concerned," he said. "I think at some point I was curious, and that was about the extent of it." After expressing such nonchalance over his responsibility for Fred's death, I was surprised when O'Neill admitted approaching Fred's parents asking to serve as a pallbearer. "It was something I did, sir. I don't recall exactly what my motivation was other than an act of condolence. Yes, I felt sorry. I don't like to see anyone killed. I didn't particularly appreciate that he was killed, but it did not make me feel bad." This ambivalent response made me more determined to probe his motivation. I had always been puzzled why O'Neill had cried more after Fred died than anyone in the party, and why he had volunteered to be a pallbearer. O'Neill stuck with his claim that being a pallbearer was a genuine act of condolence. His ability to get into the roles and even the feelings of both the informant provocateur as well as the enthusiastic panther is what made him so effective and so hard to recognize a moral eunuch and a schizophrenic. I probed O'Neill's strange psyche and lack of memory for several court days. December 4th went by with a larger than usual gathering at the Hampton home but with no acknowledgement of the day's significance in the courtroom. After the noon recess on Wednesday, December 8th, we returned to court, but there was no O'Neill. A serious problem has arisen concerning the health of a member of the witness's family, who is now hospitalized. It has been necessary to allow the witness to return home for the serious matter, U.S. Attorney Cantor reported. Perry accepted Cantor's representations without challenge and told the jury a sudden emergency not connected to our case had caused the witness to be unavailable. "I think O'Neill is holding them up for more money," I said to Flint after O'Neill's third day as a no-show. "He's already been getting $1,100 per month, plus another $8,500 since July for what they call trial attendance," Flint said. "How much does he want?" "Enough to have a new suit to wear every day on the witness stand," I replied. O'Neill had worn 7 different suits, all well-tailored, dark, conservative, and expensive. "He makes you look pretty shabby. Just 'cause your mother's in town and bought you a new suit doesn't exactly make you a clothes horse," Flint shot back. Indeed, when O'Neill had failed to appear on Wednesday, my mother took me across State Street to Marshall Fields and bought me a charcoal suit. "Your outfit shouldn't detract from your cross-examination," she said. My mother had attended 2 years of law school and was both sharp and critical. I accepted her comment as a compliment to my legal skills. By Monday my mother had returned to Atlanta. I was wearing the charcoal suit when O'Neill reappeared. We demanded written proof of O'Neill's emergency, and Cantor became more vague in his explanations of O'Neill's absence and refused. Ultimately, Perry denied us the documentation and ordered me not to question O'Neill on the reason for his absence. O'Neill was on the witness stand for another week. He came back more prepared, probably wealthier as well. He admitted meeting with Cantor and Collin and speaking with Mitchell during his absence, furthering our suspicions that he wanted more money. O'Neill insisted that Mitchell convinced him he had no role in setting up the raid. "Wasn't what Mitchell told you a lie?" I asked. After a pause O'Neill responded, "That is possible." He admitted he may have heard that Mitchell passed the floor plan on to the raiders before today. When I asked him what other uses a floor plan would serve besides facilitating a raid, he answered, the building department used them. The most emotion O'Neill showed was when he whispered "fuck you" to Flint and me after he descended from the witness stand and walked past our table. 39. The shooters. Sergeant Daniel Groth had testified at so many legal proceedings and press conferences that there were major inconsistencies he could not reconcile. This was partly because the theory of the defense had changed. Originally the raiders claimed they did not know that they were raiding a Panther apartment. Later, when indicted, they tried to justify being so heavily armed and firing so many shots by asserting they had detailed foreknowledge of the dangerousness of Hampton and the other Panthers at the apartment. Groth's lawyer's strategy was to have him recall as few details as possible and then harass Flint when he confronted Groth with his prior testimony. Groth was Flint's first major witness. Groth testified he could not remember being told by his informant that it was a Panther crib, or that weapons came and went there. When Flint read his prior testimony to refresh his recollection, his standard answer was "No, that doesn't refresh my recollection." When Flint asked him if his memory had been better when he gave his prior testimony, often within days of the incident, Groth responded cutely, "I don't know that it is or not." When Flint then attempted to read the prior testimony as a statement of a party or to impeach his feigned lack of memory, Witkowski, a Colin wannabe, would consistently argue that the prior testimony was not impeaching and move that what was read be struck. 3 other defense lawyers would echo his objections. The result was that every ounce of information Groth gave up took 10 times longer than necessary. The jury was getting annoyed and bored and Flint was increasingly frustrated. Taylor, referring to Groth's former testimony, "You sketched out a rough draft of the floor plan of the apartment, did you not?" Groth, "I don't recall that I did." Taylor, "Do you recall that you did not?" Groth, "No, sir." Taylor, "You numbered those rooms, didn't you?" Groth, "As I sit here now, I can't recall that I did." Groth had previously testified that he told Hanrahan that Hampton had a .45 and that he showed Hanrahan the search warrant. In court he could not recall this. In his deposition he said Hanrahan had approved the raid plan, but in court when Flint confronted him with his prior statement, Witkowski objected, and Perry sustained the objection. Flint, who had indexed all of Groth's statements, shook his head in disgust as Groth's lawyers and Perry protected his lack of recall. Adding to his pique, on his first question to Groth about his alleged informant, Groth responded he could not answer because of instructions from his attorneys and because of a promise to his informant. This was the first time that Groth had mentioned this promise. It smelled like a Colin twist to win the jury's sympathy. Flint asked more questions to probe whether Groth had an informant. Perry intervened, "The identity of the informant is not relevant anymore because the reliability has been fully established by the facts of the case that the weapons described were found there." I jumped up and cited a Supreme Court case that said items found in the search could not prove reliability for the search warrant, but Perry ignored me. Flint kept at it. "You knew Roy Mitchell was Jalovec's reliable informant. Did you have an informant?" Perry, "I will terminate your questioning if you don't proceed and don't come back to it." Taylor, "Our position is he is hiding it." Perry, "I don't care what your position is. An informant has the right to protect his family, even if he is dead." I had to chuckle at this twisted bit of legal reasoning and newly found right. I still managed to reply, "That's not what the law says. We don't even know if he has a family." Taylor, "You didn't have an informant, did you, Mr. Groth, and still don't?" Groth, "That is a total untruth." Taylor, "Well, who is he?" As the defense lawyers rose to protest, Perry ordered, "Objection sustained. I am terminating your examination of this witness." Flint was allowed to continue only after an apology and a promise that he would avoid challenging Groth about the existence or identity of his informant. Groth eventually recalled that he knew it was a Panther apartment where Fred spent many nights, that he told his men that Fred slept with a .45 near him, and that his informant gave him a description of the apartment. Montgomery asked the last questions. Groth had originally testified that Brenda fired at him from the southeast corner of the living room. What Zimmers had made clear in his testimony and what the model demonstrated was that a shot from the southeast corner would have had to strike a living room wall or door and leave impact points, and none were found. So now Groth claimed Brenda moved. Montgomery read Groth his testimony at the coroner's inquest. Question: where was Brenda Harris when she fired the shot? Answer: in the very southeast corner of the living room. Yes, sir. She was in a semi-sitting position, which is the position she held throughout the time I was in the apartment. With a straight face, Colin rose and objected, arguing this testimony was not impeaching. Perry declared, overruled. Finally, Montgomery asked Groth if he was familiar with the Chicago police regulation that stated, the following practices are specifically forbidden: firing into buildings or through doors when the person fired at is not clearly visible. Groth, who had fired through the front door and who directed Gorman and Davis to stitch the living room wall, claimed he was not. Edward Carmody was the only officer to enter from the rear and fire a gun of the caliber that could have caused bullet holes of the size found in Fred's head. We believed he was the officer who shot Fred from inside the doorway to Fred's bedroom. The people in the back of the apartment testified that they heard a thump shortly after hearing shots and then saw Carmody dragging Fred's body out. Carmody admitted he had pulled Fred's body off the bed and into the dining room. Right after the raid, Carmody had told a TV reporter that as soon as he entered the apartment, Fred Hampton fired at him 3 times with a .45 from the rear bedroom and that another shot was fired at him from there a few moments later when he was in the kitchen. Carmody's description was the basis of Hanrahan's claim that Fred had shot at the police. It was clear from Zimmers's model that from Carmody's location either at the back door or in the kitchen the dining room wall blocked any view of the back bedroom. At the federal grand jury, where Zimmers's model was on view, Carmody admitted his earlier story was a lie. "You didn't see any shots come from the bedroom, sir," I said, "not the one where Hampton was found. No one could shoot from the rear bedroom to the kitchen door." He again admitted during my cross-examination that he never saw Hampton fire at him but now claimed he'd never told anyone that. In his court testimony, Carmody denied shooting anyone. But in his firearms use report, mysteriously never produced for the federal grand jury, Carmody indicated he had critically wounded someone. Next to the inquiry "how many feet were you from your assailant or the person you wounded," he put a question mark. "And is the reason you put the question mark in there, sir, that you didn't want to put in the 2 feet away you were from Fred Hampton's head when you fired your shot?" I've never seen a trial where the prosecutor doesn't confront the defendant with the criminal act he is charged with, but my question upset Perry. Before Carmody could respond to me, Perry defended him. "There is no evidence that would warrant that question and the jury is instructed to disregard it." I protested. This was cross-examination. I asked Carmody if he knew Fred was dead when he dragged him out. "I didn't know," he answered. "Did he do anything that made him appear alive?" I asked. "He didn't do anything to appear dead," he snapped back sarcastically. "Did you do anything to determine if Fred was alive?" I asked. "No," he replied. "Did you check his breathing?" "Sir, I was in a hurry, no." The evidence was there. In closing argument, we could explain that the reason Carmody never checked to see if Fred was alive was because he had just shot him 2 times in the head and knew he was dead. 40. Facing Hanrahan and jail. On the walkway outside the Dirksen Federal Building, 50 picketers passed out handbills with the photo of the smiling police officers carrying Fred's body from the apartment alongside a photo of the bloody mattress. The leaflets read, "Hanrahan, wanted for murder, not for mayor." Inside the packed courtroom everyone was waiting to see the public figure most identified with the raid. Hanrahan had lost the race for state's attorney and another for Congress. He was now, in February 1977, a candidate for mayor in the Democratic primary running on his tough law and order stance. Perry asked the jury if they had seen the protesters. Judy Norgal raised her hand and stuck up her nose disdainfully, acknowledging she saw them. She recoiled even further when Perry asked if it had affected her, but she insisted she could be fair. Perry warned the spectators not to display any handbills in court or they would be removed and gave orders to ban the picketing on the Federal Plaza, something he had no authority to do. "You may be causing very serious damage to the plaintiffs by your posters and picketing," he warned, and threatened a mistrial. I was pumped to cross-examine Hanrahan. My weariness from 13 months of trial gave way to a rekindled excitement. Hanrahan was no doubt pumped too. The newspapers reported that his lawyers were seeking to restrain him and dampen his hair-trigger temper with sensitivity training in a mock trial. The first day, we were like two wrestlers testing each other. Colin interrupted at every opportunity, even though I was only asking preliminary questions to elicit Hanrahan's history and close connection to Marlon Johnson and the FBI. Perry excused the jury to hear arguments for most objections. The Daily News reporter described the court scene in the afternoon paper. The jury paraded in and out of the courtroom like ducks in a row during arguments and objections. They have, one lawyer suggested, logged several miles between the jury box and the jury room. Hanrahan admitted he and local FBI head Marlon Johnson had talked over 200 times about wide-ranging topics but never about COINTELPRO. Hanrahan had stated publicly that a major part of his job as state's attorney was to sell the police to the public, to maintain civilized safe society. "Our major problem is to overcome anti-police/anti-government propaganda repeatedly and regularly and professionally issued by the Black Panther Party. It was as a result of that this incident developed," he had told the federal grand jury, implying that the raid was a necessary response to Panther criticism of the police. "I point to the .45 automatic used by Hampton in attacking the police," Hanrahan had boldly asserted at his first December press conference. I asked him who'd informed him that Hampton attacked the police with a .45, and his reply was vague. "One of the police officers," he said, but he was unable to recall a name. He also could not offer how they had known it was Hampton. I asked him whether, in light of the lack of bullet holes or expended shells from Panther weapons, he still accepted the police accounts. "I did and I do," he said, with the same fury he had always displayed when his or their account was challenged. Hanrahan continued to claim no responsibility for the misidentified photos given to the Tribune for their exclusive. He could not recall who told Bob Weidrich, the Tribune reporter, that the nail heads in the kitchen door were bullet holes from Hampton's firing or who misrepresented the bathroom door to be the bedroom door. The next day, I asked Hanrahan for his evaluation of the investigation of his officers done by the Internal Investigation Division, the same one that IID Chief Harry Irvanian termed a whitewash and the worst I've ever seen. "Mr. Hanrahan, you do recognize, do you not, that the questioning of your officers was less thorough than the usual case at an IID investigation?" I asked. Hanrahan sat up straight, squinted his eyes to show his indignation, and replied, "As of this time I certainly do not recognize that, nor do I believe that." I started to impeach Hanrahan with his prior testimony. The defendants objected, and I had to read Hanrahan's prior testimony with the jury excused. A lot of things went wrong. Admittedly, I am not pleased with the IID investigation. I insisted upon the IID investigation. I am not pleased with the way it was done. I am looking for efficiency, for an excellent product in this building, and I don't want anything less than that. Perry, that is what he said in court today. Valina, precisely. Haas, where are we? Are we in Alice in Wonderland? What the man has said today was that his only complaint with the IID investigation was the fact that the Panthers, the victims, didn't come forward and make a complaint there. He has yet to. Perry, oh, counsel, he has not said a word about that today. Haas, Judge, we are not on the same planet. Flint had entered during the argument and was watching from the spectator section. Colin, may the record show that Mr. Taylor was seated in the spectators' row, chortling and chuckling, while Mr. Haas was making his speech, and rose to address the court from the spectator section of the courtroom. Haas, let the record show that Mr. Cullen is trying to incite the court against us. Perry, shut up. Haas, obviously successful. Then came the unexpected. Perry, I am overruling the objection. I am going to let it be read and let the jury hear exactly what he said. It is the same thing he said today. Small victory. Our sarcasm actually shamed the judge into letting us read Hanrahan's former testimony as impeachment, but not without Perry's belittling remark. Despite the physical evidence, Hanrahan remained loyal to the police. I still believe the truthfulness of what the police officers have told me. You are going to put on a firearms identification expert to confirm your theories? I asked. Objection sustained. Are you aware of any report of physical evidence which supports your theory? Objection sustained. Wasn't it because two persons had been killed in the apartment by police officers that it became difficult for you to continue to arouse the public to support the police? No, it wasn't the fact of those unfortunate killings. It was the tragedy of the orgy of the press and the distortion and the reckless printing of charges and statements by persons who had no knowledge of the facts. Didn't it occur to you that your actions stirred up people's anger? Objection sustained. I changed subjects. I asked Hanrahan if he had made a deal with Jerry's Leonard to dismiss the Panther indictments in exchange for no indictment against himself and his officers. Hanrahan denied the deal, directly contradicting the FBI document that memorialized his agreement with Leonard. When I sought to probe him about the discrepancy, Cullen and Valina objected and asked for a hearing. After listening to Cullen and Valina's argument in chambers but not allowing Flint or me to respond, Perry came out and instructed the jury to disregard my last question to Hanrahan. Haas, Mr. Hanrahan, do you know how it was that Jerry's Leonard knew on April 8 that the grand jury? Cantor, objection. The court, now, Mr. Haas, wait a minute. You will not go into subject matter any further. Haas, I didn't even get to argue it. Well, Judge, the deal. The court, I said you may not go into it any further. Haas, Judge, you can't cover up the cover-up. That is part of our complaint, that they covered up, Judge. The court, Mr. Haas, you are now held in contempt of court for your last remark directed to the court, and I will prepare an order accordingly. Haas, all right, Judge. I think all the people who have spoken the truth have always ended up in contempt, and the cover-up goes on and on. The court, I will now turn you over to the custody of the U.S. Marshal for contempt, and hold you in custody until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Marshals grabbed me by each arm and escorted me from the courtroom by the side, prisoner, door and into the barred holding cell outside. As I exited, Flint yelled, "I'll try to get you out on an appeal bond." A few minutes later, the U.S. Marshals took me from the holding cell, down the prisoner's elevator to the basement, and then by car to the underground receiving area of the Metropolitan Correctional Center. Moving from the courtroom to the MCC happened so quickly, I didn't realize how angry I was until I arrived. I had decided in advance to question Hanrahan about the deal no matter what the judge tried to do to block it, but still I wasn't expecting to go to jail for it. The MCC is a modern, triangular-shaped, 20-story, concrete building with vertical slits for windows, located 2 blocks from the courthouse. It housed mostly pretrial and pre-sentence detainees in federal criminal cases. I was processed, fingerprinted, and my belongings were inventoried. I was allowed to keep my briefcase after it was searched. I donned a heavily starched orange jumpsuit and was assigned the top bunk bed in a dorm with a low ceiling. It was my first confinement. What if I had to get out? I couldn't. A tiny bit of the reality of a prison sentence set in, which I had only partially understood while negotiating plea agreements for my clients. I could do my 24 hours, but what about 6 months or a year? Did one ever overcome the trapped feeling when the cell door slammed shut? Later in the afternoon, I was telling the other prisoners, I'm a lawyer and I'm here because the judge didn't like my questions. Before any of my new roommates could respond, I heard a guard call my name. I was led from the day room to the attorney-client cubicle. Flint was there with a stack of papers. He didn't look happy. Like the stock scene from the movies, I sat down with my lawyer to learn my fate. They denied the appeal bond. What? I said, incredulous. Flint said the appellate judge who denied bond gave no reason. I contemplated a night in jail. I imagined a hellish work release whereby I was in court during the day and in the MCC at night. Flint assured me that we would resume the next day. He handed me my legal pad and a folder with my notes on Hanrahan's cross-examination. Flint looked as glum as I felt when he left the interview room. That night I lay on my bunk with my chin about 6 inches from the ceiling. This is not where cross-examination is supposed to end up, I thought. Exposing the deal was important enough to risk being here, but God knows what the jury thinks. I knew the press would be in court, ready to ask me questions. What could I say to the press to embarrass the judge? I spent more time scheming about what I would tell the reporters than preparing for the continued cross-examination of Hanrahan. At 8 a.m. I was released and walked out of the MCC. Flint brought me my suit for a quick change at the office, and we went to court. Before the jury and judge entered, a Chicago Tribune reporter approached me. He asked what it was like to be in the MCC. I was ready. Well, I can't say much for the accommodations, but the company was more congenial than that of some persons in Judge Perry's courtroom. My soundbite made the paper, and I was pleased to get revenge, even if it sounds a bit sophomoric today. Perry began court with the stern warning, "Now let me make one thing very clear, Mr. Haas. We are not going to have any more Kunstler-inspired methods of trying this case." I felt proud to be compared to the famous Conspiracy 7 lawyer, but also a little nervous. Kunstler had ended the conspiracy trial sentenced to 4 years for contempt. Despite the fact that I had spent a night in jail for mentioning it, the next day the deal between Hanrahan and Leonard was fair game. Hanrahan was allowed to give his fully prepped denial of there being any quid pro quo for his dropping charges. I was not allowed to use the deal document to impeach him, but at least the subject of the agreement was not out of bounds. After 10 more days of questioning, or more accurately, 2 days of questioning and 8 lengthy, long-worded, and self-serving days of objections and argument, Hanrahan stepped down. His lawyers were pleased that he hadn't erupted, but they didn't want to press their luck. They had no questions for him. 41. Fred, the Messiah. We had 3 more witnesses. Each presented an important piece of the mosaic. Robert Bruce, a former Panther and friend of O'Neill, was light-skinned with freckles. He testified in a quiet voice, almost a whisper. Bruce testified that O'Neill constructed an electric chair, complete with wires and straps, to be used, in O'Neill's words, to punish and deter informants. Bruce went on to describe the Rockford trip when O'Neill claimed Fred threatened to shoot a highway patrolman. Bruce said the patrolman was particularly courteous. He had called a tow truck when he saw they were stranded, and neither Fred nor anyone else threatened to harm him in any way. Bruce described how O'Neill was always urging him and others to commit robberies and burglaries. To go into the streets and get money to live, is what O'Neill called it. On the morning of December 4th, Bruce saw O'Neill crying. "They killed Fred," he sobbed. Later O'Neill and Bruce drove around playing tapes of Fred's speeches. O'Neill and Colin had visited Bruce after the trial started at Bruce's father's house and again at his job. They warned him not to testify, particularly about O'Neill's criminal acts. Elaine Brown was the leader of the National Black Panther Party in 1977 when she came to Chicago from Oakland to testify. "We wanted Fred to become a national spokesperson," she told Flint and me. "He could say what everyone else did, but say it better. He had the ability to move people, whether college students or welfare women, better than anyone I ever heard." Elaine told us she had visited Chicago before December 4th, and Fred had given up his sleeping in his bed so she and Deborah, both of whom were pregnant, would have a place to sleep. With her full afro, practiced enunciation, and animated expressions, Elaine was an impressive witness. Her enthusiasm showed when she talked about the Panthers. She explained the 10-point program in detail and that power to the people means the people have the right to power over their own lives. It's what Patrick Henry, Abe Lincoln, and Martin Luther King believed. Then and now, she said. Elaine testified that in November 1969, when Fred came out to the West Coast, she'd asked him to take her place and speak to an assembly of 300 UCLA law students. He spoke about forming coalitions with other groups and putting aside racist attitudes. Have you ever heard anybody just reach into your heart, even though you might have heard the words before? She asked. I suppose this is what he did that day, and I was so overwhelmed. Elaine Brown was no slouch as a speaker herself, so her admiration for Fred was that much more impressive. I had some fears that Bobby Rush, our last witness, might want to disown his Panther days. It was rumored he was aiming for a political career in the Democratic Party. He came into the PLO office in a suit and tie, he still had his goatee and mustache, although better trimmed, and wore the same dark-framed glasses. After 5 minutes of interviewing him, my fears were allayed. Fred was an amazing speaker and leader, and I held him in awe, Rush said. They murdered Fred because he reached people when he spoke, lumpen, college students, even law students, they all related to Fred. Rush began his testimony by mentioning that he was still in school, getting his degree at age 30. I got out of high school at 24 and a half and out of law school at 31, so you have plenty of time, Perry responded, more congenial than usual. Thank you, Your Honor, that's encouraging, Rush answered. Fred was the motivating force inside the party. Fred's influence was the greatest. He had the dedication of a Malcolm X, the speaking ability of Martin Luther King, and as far as courage, there are few with that type of courage. No one displayed leadership qualities like Fred did at 21. Rush explained that the Panthers organized poor people, primarily blacks, into a structure to correct problems such as housing and education. They had no military wing. He described the ordinary Panther day rising at 5:30 a.m. to go to one of the 6 breakfast for children sites to prepare and serve breakfast to the kids and then clean up. Members would spend their days selling Panther papers, soliciting contributions, including food for the breakfast program, or working in the office. They would eat a communal dinner at Panther headquarters and often have political education classes afterward. For most members, it was a full-time job. The party provided money for food and rent from contributions and speaking honoraria. Friendly doctors provided free medical care. Rush testified that Fred banned the cartoon coloring book that depicted Panthers attacking the police and it was never used in Chicago. When O'Neill told Fred he was building a mortar, Fred called him in front of the entire chapter and told O'Neill he was crazy and accused him of being a police agent. Fred later told the entire membership that the electric chair and missile were madness and ordered O'Neill to dismantle them. Rush stated that he had visited Fred's apartment on a daily basis, and would have stayed there the night of the raid except for a family problem at home. My questioning of Rush lasted about 2 hours. For 3 days, Cantor and Colin's sidekick, Witkowski, tried to dirty up Fred, the Panthers, and Rush himself. Rush had said Fred often sounded like a preacher. Cantor asked him, "Ever hear a preacher say, you kill a few pigs you get a little satisfaction, but when you kill them all, you get complete satisfaction?" Rush replied that he had not heard Fred say that, but by pigs, the Panthers meant police officers who have no regard for the constitutional rights of individuals, and the Panthers only had the right to kill pigs when attacked first. Even with Rush's explanation, it was difficult to make Panther rhetoric palatable to our predominantly white, suburban jury. What Fred said in the heat of passion to Panther supporters at a rally was not easy to deal with in a sterile courtroom. Nevertheless, Cantor was mostly ineffective at challenging Rush's explanations. Witkowski was even more inept as he tried to discredit Rush by replaying the televised statement he'd made at noon on December 4. Responding to Hanrahan's claim that the vicious Panthers had opened fire on his unwary police, Rush, angry and outraged, answered, "I don't want to get into a verbal debate with Hanrahan about the words he used. Fred Hampton was lying in his bed and we will prove it. We will prove to the world that Fred Hampton was murdered in his bed." Contrary to the impression Witkowski wanted to convey, that those charges were irresponsible, Rush had gotten his information from me after I interviewed the survivors, and his charges matched the evidence. Witkowski had unwittingly opened the door to my questioning Rush about the source of his information, but Perry refused to allow my follow-up. 42. A shameful end. When the testimony was over, we argued the admissibility of the final scraps of evidence. Collin, Valina, and Cantor were absent from court. Witkowski argued endlessly for several days, giving absurd reasons for why clearly admissible evidence should be left out. On April 13 we found out why. He had been stalling while the defendant's other lawyers had been writing motions to dismiss 200 pages worth asserting we had not presented enough evidence against any of the defendants to allow the jury to determine their liability. On that day, they gave us copies and told Perry they were ready to argue. Perry's response was, "Some of the defendants fired guns. I couldn't with a straight face grant the motions in those cases, so this case has to go to the jury for some of the defendants." He gave us a week to answer their motions. They're in a hurry because the mayoral primary is coming up. They want Hanrahan exonerated before then, Flint said over our third beer that night. Judge Romati's dismissal of Hanrahan's criminal charges right before the state's attorney's election had always seemed rigged, and this looked all too familiar. "How are we gonna answer their motions?" I asked. We didn't have transcripts to dispute their statement of facts, and Linda Turner, our main typist, was out of town over Easter weekend. Besides, I was exhausted. Perry had said we would take a recess in April, and I was looking forward to the break. I'd hardly had time to take a walk outside for weeks. Maggie and I had planned a short weekend trip to Starved Rock, a park with scenic trails through narrow canyons, an hour and a half from Chicago. "Let's give Perry a sample of our handwriting," Flint suggested. "He'll hate mine, that I'm sure of," I responded with a slight smile. Court papers from lawyers were always typed, but we didn't have the time or the typists. The defendant's 9 motions to dismiss cited over 50 cases. Attached were hundreds of pages of transcript excerpts to support their factual assertions. The standard on a motion to dismiss is whether the evidence, taken in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, our clients, in this instance, was sufficient for the jury to decide in our favor. The defendants argued from an interpretation of the evidence favorable to them, but it would take hundreds of hours for us to sift through the 30,000-page trial transcript to refute their claims. "We ain't going nowhere," I told Maggie when I got home later that evening. I showed her the 3-inch thick stack of motions the defendants had filed. She wasn't surprised. She had learned to expect the worst. The next morning Flint dared to ask Perry if we could have access to his copy of the transcript to respond to their motions and extra time to answer them. Kristen Bury replied haughtily, "Your Honor, I grow weary of continually having to pay the price of the plaintiff's lack of diligence. They have a battery of lawyers to work on it, and there is absolutely no excuse for their now coming in and saying they need additional time. They have had ample time." I was seething and rose to answer, but Flint spoke first. "The battery of lawyers at the People's Law Office are 2 lawyers who have been out of law school for 2 years working to pay our salaries. We are the other 2 lawyers. We have been in court 15 months. We are facing the head of the Special Litigation Unit of the Justice Department, the head of the Civil Division of the Chicago office of the FBI, sometimes known as the U.S. Attorney's Office, another attorney from the U.S. Attorney's Office, and a full-time FBI agent, Larry Deaton, all paid by the day. We are facing Mr. Valina, paid $350,000 of the city of Chicago's money, and Mr. Collin, Special State's Attorney for Cook County, paid $50 an hour to the tune of $650,000. Mr. Witkowski, John Toohey as Special Corporation Counsel spent 3 weeks writing this brief at $35 per hour. Mike Connealy, GIU cop assigned full-time since May 1974, secretaries, Xeroxes, 3 copies of the transcript at $9 per page. We don't have the transcript. We have to see it only during lunchtimes and court proceedings. Perry was not moved and refused to give us his transcript. For the next 5 days, Flint and I sat at our conference table surrounded by our notes and the few transcripts we had managed to copy. We handwrote our answers to their motions. My handwriting was notoriously sloppy and my fast printing, which I did hour after hour for several days, was hardly better. I didn't think Perry would read what we wrote, but I wanted to have a filed document refuting the defendant's arguments. Jack Kerouac supposedly wrote on the road in a single sitting, high on LSD. Flint and I wrote our 100-plus page answer to their motions in 5 days with only coffee, cigarettes, and outrage to keep us going. On Wednesday afternoon we filed the accumulation of legal size, handwritten pages with the clerk and left copies at Perry's chambers and with the defendants. The next day we were in court opposing the defendants' motions. They again claimed the prosecutors were immune, and they interpreted the evidence favorably to themselves to conclude the FBI was only passing on information and the raiders were merely executing a search warrant when they were attacked with Panther gunfire. They returned the fire in self-defense. Flint responded by showing how the COINTELPRO-inspired defendants were on a course to destroy the Panthers and neutralize their leadership, and Fred Hampton in particular. They tried to get Fred murdered with the Fort Hit letter and then, after 2 police officers were killed by an ex-Panther, they set up Hanrahan to do their dirty work. Both the bonus for O'Neill and Piper's acknowledgement of the raid as a success were further proof of the FBI intention for the raid. He ended by answering Collins' argument about us not proving invidious discrimination, required under the Civil Rights Act. Your Honor, Flint said, when I stood in the blood of Fred Hampton on December 4 as I helped to collect evidence because the police had left after tearing up the apartment, black people were walking through that apartment, and an older black woman, looking around, said, "It's nothing but a northern lynching." And that is what it was, and if that is not invidious discrimination, I don't know what is. I focused on the law. Judge, I don't understand why we are making such a big to-do over these motions today. They have all been pretty much ruled upon in the past by the Seventh Circuit, and yet we are back as though we hadn't heard 15 months of evidence. I cited lengthy portions of the Seventh Circuit opinion reversing Perry's earlier dismissal of our case on the same incorrect grounds the defendants were urging upon him again. I pointed out that a conspiracy does not require everyone knowing each other personally or what exact roles they would play. Citing the Supreme Court, I stated, it is elementary that an unlawful conspiracy may be and often is formed without simultaneous action or agreement on the part of the conspirators. Conspiracy law developed through drug cases was on our side. The importer did not have to know the distributor on the street to be in a conspiracy with him. Kristen Bury asserted that the FBI was not in a conspiracy with Hanrahan or the raiders. COINTELPRO had nothing to do with the raid, as Hanrahan and the police didn't even know about it. Perry recessed at noon and announced he would rule later that day. Flint and I were sitting in the black leather chairs and I was rocking back and forth when Perry came out from the side door at 4 p.m. I made a half-hearted effort to stand and then quickly resumed rocking. The artists from the media were focusing on Perry and sketching noiselessly on their giant pads. The defendants had alerted them to the imminent ruling. We had encouraged the Hamptons and Mrs. Clark and a few supporters to come to court. I have a very bad voice, Perry began. I am not going to attempt to read the orders. There are a number of motions. The volume of typed orders in Perry's hand indicated they must have been written before we submitted our answers. Perry first denied our counter-motions for directed verdicts against the shooters and denied our sanctions motion against the feds. No surprises there. He'd never even given us the chance to argue the sanctions motion. Perry cleared his throat. He denied the 7 shooters' motions to dismiss their individual counts and ordered us to proceed the following Monday with damages witnesses followed by the defense. He then dismissed the conspiracy count and ended, "The motion as to all other 15 defendants is granted." The court now stands in recess. The little man in the black robe scurried off the bench. It took only 14 minutes for him to gut our lawsuit, exonerating everyone except the 7 police shooters. I sat there stunned, looking at Flint, who looked similarly paralyzed in his chair. So much work, so much proof, and dismissed so summarily. No justice here, I thought. On the other side of the court Johnson, Piper, and Mitchell were shaking Cantor's and Christenbury's hands. They were all smiling as they picked up their papers to leave. Hanrahan didn't smile, not even now, but all the other defendants who had been dismissed were patting each other on the back and thanking Colin and Valina. I finally stood up and walked over and explained the dismissals as best I could to the Hamptons and Fanny Clark. "He just ignored all that evidence," Mrs. Clark said. "He didn't care what Hanrahan and the FBI did to our sons." Iberia had withdrawn into that shell I'd seen before. Her expression was fixed in a mask of anger and determination. "He just don't want to do right," she finally said. That summed it up pretty well. In spite of Perry's ruling, Hanrahan finished a distant 5th in the mayoral primary the following Tuesday. Hanrahan had convinced few people besides Judge Perry that he was innocent. 43. Boiling over. By April, spring had sprung, but we only saw it on our way to and from court. Our world was formal, sterile, and mean. And my attitude wasn't much better. I didn't want to take any more shit from Perry, who'd dismissed so much of our case and years of work with such ease. Our last witnesses, solely on the issues of damages, were Maywood Mayor Leonard Chabala, Fanny Clark, Iberia Hampton, and Reynald Robinson, head of the Afro-American Patrolmen's League. "One more day," we told the impatient judge. Mayor Chabala knew Fred in high school when he was part of the Human Relations Council. Chabala testified that Fred had frequently been called upon to calm racial tensions in the high school and had been an especially good communicator. Fred had led the campaign to get a public swimming pool and recreation park for Maywood kids, which was started in his lifetime and was now named the Fred Hampton Pool. The cross-examination was the expected, "Ever hear Fred say, 'Kill a few pigs, get some satisfaction,' and did Fred know and respect the Constitution?" On redirect, I asked if Fred knew that under the Constitution black people have the right not be killed in their beds or murdered by the police. Objection sustained. Next we called Fanny Clark. She was dressed, as always, in a print dress buttoned to the chin and a large flowery hat. She had sat solid as a rock on the front row of the spectator section most of the 16 months we had been in court. Fanny testified that her son Mark was one of 11 children from her marriage to Reverend William Clark, who had died in 1967. Mark completed high school through correspondence and worked at Caterpillar and as a barber and helped support his family from his earnings. Mark had worked for the NAACP, including in their hunger program, and helped start the first Breakfast for Children program in Peoria. Fanny Clark testified her son was intelligent, energetic, and dedicated. Mark had found something in his commitment with the Panthers that was missing from the rest of his life. They made him feel pride in himself. Valina's only question was whether she disagreed with Mark about the acquisition of guns. She said, "Yes, I did." Reynald Robinson had been a Chicago police officer for 20 years. Trim and earnest, he spoke loudly and unapologetically. He and Howard Saffold had founded the Afro-American Patrolmen's League 10 years earlier. Its objectives were to improve relations between the black community and the police and to reform the police disciplinary system. Judge Perry refused to allow Reynald to tell the jury how he and Fred had testified at city and state hearings on the issue of police brutality. "The jury is concerned with December 4th, not police brutality," Perry said. Fred was a self-starter and spoke about the betterment of people, Reynald testified in a quiet tone. "I saw him as a leader of black youth, offering an alternative to gangs and drugs. I was a pallbearer at his funeral. The defendants did not cross-examine him. Our last witness was Iberia Hampton. She walked slowly to the witness stand, weary from so many months watching Perry and the defense lawyers trivialize our claims and her son's life. She paused for a moment, and I wondered if she was thinking, was it even worthwhile trying to describe Fred in the atmosphere of this courtroom? Iberia testified about Fred growing up in Maywood, where he was well liked and had lots of friends. He'd worked in high school and helped support the family. When she and Francis bought a car for their 3 children, Fred said they couldn't afford it and told them to sell it. In high school Fred became the leader of the suburban NAACP. He was often called upon to quiet racial trouble, and once, when he intervened at the request of the high school principal, he was arrested by the police. Iberia testified that Fred wrote her from prison that Deborah was pregnant, and when he got out he said he wanted me to take care of their child if anything happened. At that point Iberia stopped and put her handkerchief up to her eyes. I was surprised. I had never seen her lose control of her feelings. She put her handkerchief down. "We have supported the child," she said, looking at Fred Jr. sitting next to Francis in the front row. She ended simply telling the jury that Fred had wanted to be a lawyer. There was no cross-examination. We rested our case. The defense called the chemist, Dr. Morton Mason, who testified that even though 2 months had passed since Fred's body had been buried in Louisiana, and it had been injected with embalming fluid, which can cause barbiturates to dissolve, he interpreted the February lab tests on Fred's blood to prove that no substantial amount of barbiturates was ever present. He offered no explanation for the earlier, contrary findings by Dr. Berman that Fred had barbiturates in his blood. Flint had done his homework and confronted Mason with his own lack of knowledge about the temperature of the body since buried, whether the blood and tissue samples were refrigerated, and the pH of the aqueous solution of the samples, all of which are factors that can dissolve or mask barbiturates. When Flint moved to strike Mason's unresponsive comments, Colin jumped up in pretend indignation. Colin, now since the time he was licensed in 1973, this being 1977, that means he has spent an awful lot of time in the preparation of this case and darn little in a courtroom, and if you ask me, it shows in the type of questions he asks. He just refuses to sit down and look at a law book of trial technique because it is inconsistent with his political views, and then he throws the load on Your Honor for his stupidity. Colin went on to accuse Flint, as he had done many times before, of yelling in a high voice and flapping his wrists. It worked. Flint was clearly frustrated. Taylor in response, "I am getting a little sick and tired of Mr. Colin getting up here and having open license from this court to insult my integrity, to insult." Colin continuing his attack, would the court reporter show that the remarks preceded by the shrieked "what?" and the interruptions of Mr. Taylor were shouted in very high decibels. "Taylor, you allow Mr. Colin to get up here and say these things and insult me, my tone of voice, my competency. Judge Perry, bring the jury." Colin, let the record reflect Mr. Taylor is yelling in a loud voice. What Mr. Taylor may or may not do in the night is of no concern to me. Taylor angrier than ever, it is an affront to any decorum in this courtroom to let these attacks go on and to not listen to me. That is all I ask, that you listen to me, not to go to sleep when I make arguments, not to put your dark glasses on. Flint had crossed another line. Judge Perry, now, just a minute, you know that is a falsehood. Perry was more outraged at being accused of sleeping during our arguments than at the gay baiting he had allowed in his courtroom. He never reprimanded Colin. Despite the contradictions in their stories, the defense called each of the remaining shooters to deny wrongdoing. We had called Groth and Carmody. They called Joe Gorman, the raider who wielded the Thompson machine gun. Stocky, with jet black hair and a chiseled chin, Gorman talked like someone who liked his job and the opportunities it gave him to use force. After he claimed he saw a bullet rip through the front door, Gorman admitted firing his machine gun on semi-automatic fire in an arc around Brenda Harris, who was lying wounded on the bed. He also claimed he heard a shot that he was sure came from the north bedroom. He testified that each of the wounded persons, Doc, Verlina, and Blair, rose up like ducks in a shooting gallery, weapons pointing at him, just before he fired at each of them. However, the locations of their wounds were not consistent with them facing him or even being vertical as he had described. I exposed Gorman's falsehoods, beginning with his claiming to see the hole ripped through the front door. Gorman admitted entering behind Groth, Davis, and Jones, so I sought to place figurines on the model to show how he could not have seen what he claimed while standing behind 3 other police officers. I also wanted to demonstrate that Brenda's alleged shots could not have gone by the 4 large officers in the doorway without striking one of them. The defendants objected to my using the figurines, on the ridiculous rationale that they had not been used on direct examination, but the judge sustained their objection nonetheless. My cross-examination was gaining momentum when Verlina interrupted. This time he told Perry about a demonstration going on 25 floors below, which he said was being led by Fred's brother, Bill Hampton. Reverse Perry's racist outrage, stop the cover-up, jail the murderer, and co-conspirators FBI, Hanrahan, local police, and now Perry, were the slogans Verlina reported. He said the demonstrations were being perpetrated by the plaintiff's attorneys. I was delighted to see Perry publicly labeled part of the conspiracy, but we could not claim credit for organizing the protest. Jesse Jackson and Reverend Charles Cohn are not our clients, Flint said. There are several hundred demonstrators, not all are our clients. Indeed, a large part of the black community that had followed the trial was outraged by Perry's dismissal of Hanrahan and the FBI. I am surprised that you are not out there, Perry responded to Flint, who defended himself by saying that although he was not participating, he had that right. What made Perry the angriest were the revelations that led to the demonstration. These were contained in our most recent motion seeking Perry's recusal. 1 year into the trial, Sheldon Waxman, the former U.S. attorney who had defended the FBI, called us. He had encountered Perry at a fundraising dinner as the trial started and asked him if he had seen the recent newspaper revelations of the Church Committee, including the FBI's hit letter to Jeff Fort urging violence against Hampton. Perry indicated that he hadn't seen them and they probably weren't relevant to the Hampton case, anyway. Waxman told Perry, "They seemed relevant to me." A month later Waxman saw Perry again, and Perry told him, "You were wrong about the material that was in the paper. That stuff wasn't relevant. They'll never be able to prove that the FBI killed those fellas." A self-fulfilling prophecy if there ever was one. We attached Waxman's affidavit about his conversation with Perry to our motion for recusal. The affidavit was widely reported in the press. It led to us receiving another phone call. This one was from Reverend Thomas Streeter, who had read about Perry's conversation with Waxman and had been reminded of a similar conversation he'd had with Perry on May 31, 1976. Streeter had been selected to be the chaplain in a Memorial Day parade where Perry was the marshal. They rode in the same car. Reverend Streeter told Perry he was from Maywood, and Fred Hampton was one of his constituents. He asked Perry how the trial was going. Perry responded that it was endless. Later on, Perry volunteered, if only the lawyers would stick to what happened on December 4, 1969, they might make a case. But this conspiracy involving the FBI and Hanrahan is impossible. This cannot be true. There is no earthly way to establish that. Together, the affidavits of Waxman and Streeter exposed that Perry had decided both before and during the trial that what we were trying to prove against the FBI was in fact impossible. One out-of-court admission of prejudgment is worth 100 in-court biased rulings when it comes to recusing a judge. It's what you need. We had filed the motion to recuse Perry with the accompanying affidavits, knowing they would infuriate Perry but slightly hopeful that he would be forced to refer the motion, and maybe even the case, to another judge. We asked Perry for a hearing on the recusal motion. The defendant's lawyers moved to strike our motion entirely. Perry denied both and said he took the motion under advisement. The next day, Colin and Valina fanned the flames of the judge's wrath further by answering our recusal motion, on the judge's behalf, accusing us of suborning perjury. They had an affidavit by the driver of the car, who contested Streeter's version of their conversation. We said we welcomed a hearing on what transpired during the parade. Judge, I think the court should really take heed of what is happening here and recognize that the court is no longer a fit and unbiased judge, I said to Perry. The conduct of the plaintiffs constitutes an attempt to tear down the judicial structure of the U.S. District Court, and to tear down the establishment, Colin responded, and Valina pitched in with Mr. Haas, has turned to attacking the lawyers, and now he has turned on the judge. He is saying such terrible and disgraceful things about you, that a weaker man would have folded by now. Colin added that I was committing acts of insolent defiance and compared me to Hitler and Joe McCarthy. Colin's misuse of history was too much to take. I said he was the one who had borrowed McCarthy's tactics. I then addressed Perry. Haas, what we see now is the outright prejudice of the court affecting every single act that goes on here. Perry, well, you don't like anything as far as you are concerned except your way. And you are not going to have your way. Haas, I know. My way is a fair trial, and I'm not going to get it. Perry, you bet your life you are not going to get it. Thank you, Judge, for that gracious admission. I had to turn away from the lectern to hide my smile. Colin tried to correct the record to show Perry had not intended what he said. Gloves Davis testified next. He was tall and graceful, almost cat-like in the way he had moved through the front door in the reenactment, and said he shot Mark Clark 2 times. Davis testified on direct for less than 10 minutes, enough to say he saw Brenda Harris fire her shotgun at him, which lit up Mark Clark behind the living room door. He fired and hit Brenda in the leg and turned his carbine toward Mark, who was standing up, and shot him 2 times. After that, Davis claimed they struggled briefly and Mark fell to the ground dead. Because the details of Gloves's previous accounts conflicted with the physical evidence, Valina hadn't attempted to bring them out. His strategy was to object to my questions, preventing the clarifying of details, meanwhile harassing me and confusing the jury. Perry aided Valina's effort by refusing to allow me to have Davis mark his and Brenda's position on the scale diagram of the apartment, although the defense lawyers had used it while cross-examining the plaintiffs. Perry would not let me mention Davis's nickname, Gloves, or explain where he got it, although he had admitted at his deposition that he relished the nickname because it deterred youth. I argued, but was not allowed, to refer to Davis's 68 prior complaints for excessive force. Colin jumped in. On the streets, a person with such limp-wrist arguments would be called sissy. Recently, when I read the transcript, I was pleasantly surprised to see my response. I just want to say that I guess on Mr. Collins' terms I am a sissy because I don't like to sit around the courtroom and tell dirty, crude jokes about women, which is what he likes to do after court. If that is what being a man is, I would just as soon be a sissy. I had learned something from the women's movement. As for the cross-examination of Davis, I had a lot to work with. Davis, like Gorman and Groth, had previously placed Brenda in the southeast corner of the living room when she fired. Davis also had testified, I know very definitely none of the officers fired through the living room door, which I easily disproved by pointing to the entry hole in the panel Groth's bullet had made coming from the outside. Davis also was certain the door was open at 90 degrees during Groth's shooting, again conflicting with the proof that the door was only slightly ajar when Groth shot through it. Zimmers disproved all of Davis's descriptions of Panther firing. But Davis's biggest contradiction came from his statement that he never moved out of the living room. One of his .30 caliber bullets made the superficial wound in Fred's chest. Its angle indicated it may have been fired from the south bedroom door. Several of the plaintiffs placed gloves at the rear of the apartment, and Davis had told Larry Kennan, a black attorney, on the morning of the raid that he'd seen Fred lying in his bed. Larry was a founder and leader of the all-black Cook County Bar Association. He was also a friend and reported Gloves' statement to us. Moreover, Davis's quick movements in shooting the people in the living room, firing toward the bed where the floor plan showed Fred slept and then proceeding to the rear, supported our position that the defendant's objective from the outset was to murder Fred Hampton. Our stance was also buttressed by Davis's absurd claim that Fred Hampton's being in the apartment never entered my mind. George Jones was the other black cop besides Davis who fired. He was soft-spoken and neatly dressed. The defense wanted to end their case with a favorable impression. Although Jones denied firing in the entrance foyer, the physical evidence indicated he had. Whether it was accidental or the signal to attack, Jones likely fired the opening shot as he and the other raiders were poised to strike. During a recess in Jones's testimony, I went into Perry's antechamber to return a transcript. I spotted Juror Norgal, looking as unfriendly as ever. In the courtroom, I asked Perry why she was there. Trial judges are not allowed to communicate with jurors without notice to the parties. Perry looked embarrassed. He said he was speaking to Norgal about a friend of hers, a graduating law student who had come into his chambers looking for a job. He had never told us about this. It gave Perry the opportunity to ingratiate himself with this juror by helping her friend. Colin quickly realized his best ally may have compromised himself. He urged Perry to order that none of the lawyers communicate with the young man for fear of contacting Norgal. Before we could demand a hearing, Perry entered Colin's protective order, and we never learned what Perry said to Norgal's friend in chambers. Jones's direct examination, like the other defendants, was quite short. He attempted to explain the timing of the early morning raid, saying 8 p.m. was dangerous in that highly volatile area, even though he knew the occupants would not be present at that time. Jones testified he saw Brenda fire a shotgun and fired his weapon, a shotgun, into the north bedroom. That was it. When I asked Jones if he had been told it was a Panther apartment, he answered, "It may have been discussed, but I have no memory of it." He just couldn't recall why these 14 men armed themselves with a machine gun, shotguns, a carbine, and numerous handguns to serve this warrant. Could it have been a raid on a 78-year-old woman's apartment for an unregistered weapon? I asked. Before he could not recall, his lawyers objected. The next day, May 19, Jones's memory was no better. I was already frustrated with his refusal to recall specifics, when Valini had the audacity to argue, they shouldn't be allowed to pin him down when he does not recall the exact sequence of events. He doesn't recall any sequences, I responded angrily. It is the understood objective of the cross-examiner to pin down evasive hostile witnesses, exactly what Valini had the temerity to ask Perry to prevent. Perry just smiled and refused to allow us to impeach Jones with the details in his police report. On May 27 the defense rested, and we began our rebuttal. Flint called our chemist, Dr. Eleanor Berman, to the stand to rebut the defendant's expert's testimony that Fred's blood contained no barbiturates. She systematically analyzed the tests run by the FBI chemist, Mason, and concluded there were several intervening factors that would account for Mason not discovering the barbiturates. Perry disallowed Dr. Behrman's most convincing testimony that the FBI's tests had isolated a substance that upon further testing may have proved to be barbiturates because the defendants claimed we had not given them notice. When Dr. Behrman stepped down, and after 17 months, both sides rested. 44. Rock bottom. No rest for the weary. Flint and I had 2 days to put together jury instructions. They contain the law the jury applies in evaluating the facts. Each side submits the instructions they want. Some lawyers say a jury decides with their gut. Others say the instructions are critical, both in determining how the lawyers argue the case in closing and ultimately how the jury will decide. I waver between the two but now believe the instructions are critical in a close case. Most of our important instructions were rejected, just as our motions had been. The instructions Perry approved were submitted by the defendants and defined the law in such a manner that, if applied, the jury could not possibly find in our favor. For example, Perry gave the defendants instruction on assumption of risk, a tort defense, which allowed them to argue that the jury could find that the Panthers' possession of weapons justified their murders. Flint and I realized the jury would have to disobey the instructions to find for the plaintiffs. Maybe they'll see through him and go with what they know is right, I tried to convince Flint. That's giving them a lot of credit, he said. Maybe Florence Smith will get it, but I don't know about the rest. We divided up closing arguments. Montgomery had called and, despite being gone for most of the past 6 months, said he wanted to lead off. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of June 15, Montgomery returned to court for the first time in many weeks and began closing argument. The courtroom, which had been largely vacant of late, was packed once again, and the press was back. I wondered if I looked the 5 years older I felt since the trial started. Montgomery began by telling the jury what the case was not about. This included the Panther philosophy, the conduct of lawyers, and revolution. The defendants chose not to conduct the raid at 8 p.m. when it was safe. If they had, Fred and Mark would be alive. Montgomery described the pre-dawn events. Jones fired first, and then the police burst through the front door. The apartment was secure immediately after the officers entered the threshold of the living room, but they kept firing. He explained that the defendants were stuck with their original lie that Brenda had sat on the bed calmly pumping her shotgun, as they entered. There were no shells and no impact points to corroborate their story. He demonstrated how ridiculous the defendants were in trying to move Brenda from where they had clearly placed her originally to a position where it might have been physically possible to fire out the front 3 doors leaving no impact point. Next he derided the most ridiculous part of their story, the defendants' claim of how the occupants broke the 3 ceasefires. Throughout the whole of my life, Montgomery said, in movies or events, I never heard anybody, use shoot it out. I've heard, you're going to have to kill me. Why say shoot it out and fire 1 shot? Any idiot wouldn't do that. If you said shoot it out, you would do it. Bring your common experience of life to bear. Montgomery offered as proof that Fred had never left his bed, an argument I had not considered. The photo of Fred lying in the dining room showed plaster dust on his back. Deborah had described it descending in her bedroom while the police were firing and the bed was shaking. Fred must have been lying on his stomach to end up with the dust on his back. Finally, he got to Carmody. Both his early statement and written report indicated he saw a hand extending from the rear bedroom firing a .45 at him as he entered. Later he saw the .45 next to Fred's hand as he lay in that room. Carmody was now saying the hand extended from the dining room, which he had called the rear bedroom. But there was no bed in there. Montgomery continued, saying, when Abraham Lincoln was talking to his cabinet, he asked them, if I said a donkey's tail was a leg, how many legs would a donkey have? To a man, the cabinet in unison answered 5. Lincoln responded, no. You cannot make a donkey's tail a leg by simply calling it a leg. He would have but 4 legs. You cannot make a dining room a rear bedroom by calling it a rear bedroom. Montgomery walked over and stood in front of the jury box. History will look at this case and your verdict. Your verdict is important. You will have the opportunity to sit here and put to rest finally and forever what happened on December 4, 1969. The next morning, Flint focused on Groth's inconsistent stories about a floor plan. First Groth had claimed, no, I didn't have a floor plan, didn't have a layout. Later Groth admitted he did have a floor plan but destroyed it. Then Flint reeled off the evidence of Fred being drugged, showing how carefully our expert, Dr. Berman, had run her tests, in contrast with the coroner's office representative George Christantopoulos, whose experience was testing mayonnaise for turkeys. The defendant's experts had failed to adjust the pH downward in the tissue samples and had run standards 30 times too high, which masked the barbiturates. Eleanor Berman had gone back and run the same tests as the defense expert, Dr. Mason, with samples containing secobarbital, and they did not turn yellow as Dr. Mason said they must if secobarbital were present. Flint ended with, "We still haven't heard from Groth's supposed informant." "You will not go into the question of the informant any further," Perry said. 2 hours later, I asked the jury to come down and gather around the scale model that showed the location of all the bullet holes, while I walked them through the raid. The model was large, and it was easy to demonstrate that the shots the defendants claimed the plaintiffs fired could not have occurred without striking one of the interior walls or the entrance area. There were no bullet holes in these locations. The model and Zimmers's testimony told the story. 90 shots to 1, no shots from the Panthers except one from Mark Clark's gun at an upward angle as he fell from a police bullet. The plain fact is there was no shooting at the rear of the apartment other than by police officers, I said. The plain fact was that they knew where Fred was, they knew where he slept, and that killing Fred Hampton was the intent of at least some of the officers who came on this raid. I argued that Carmody was the only officer who entered at the rear whose weapon could have caused the fatal bullet wounds to Fred's head. Carmody dragged Fred's body into the dining room for all to see, claimed he did not know whether Fred was dead but never checked, and brought his body out to where guns were within easy reach. Carmody knew Fred was dead because he just fired 2 shots into his head with his .38 snub-nosed revolver. When you put it all together, you will find that Edward Carmody went in there to murder Fred Hampton. I sat down. Valina, the big man with the suit jacket that always bulged over a roll of fat around his middle, walked over to face the jury. The 1960s was sick a violent time, and the Panthers aided the violence. Did police officers have to analyze and understand what off the pig end power comes from the barrel of a gun meant? Gilhooly and Rappaport were 25 years old when they were ambushed. I objected. The facts of the November 13th incident were disputed and were not in evidence. Overruled. Valina argued that Trulock fired, and the others picked up guns and may have shot. The shells of the Black Panthers are in the pockets of the lawyers who gathered evidence. This was the first time Valina had made this accusation. As expected, Valina attempted to convince the jury that the Panthers' possession of weapons was an assumption of risk that exonerated the defendants. He went further, Fred Hampton assumed the risk of getting shot if he took some drugs. I objected. This legal theory was a bit much even for Perry, who told Valina he would instruct the jury on the law. "Watch for the low blows," I whispered to Flint later that afternoon as we watched Colin approach the jury. We had come to despise this bully, who flaunted the freedom Perry gave him to make every nasty insinuation he could against the plaintiffs, the Panthers, and Flint and me. Sometimes, when he got excited, Colin's mouth would stay narrowly open like a fish. His red cheeks inflated and deflated as he tried to breathe through the opening. Despite his unchanged arming appearance and unsubtle ways, or perhaps because of them, Colin was the most effective of the defense attorneys. He began by commenting that all the attorneys except Flint and me had conducted themselves honorably. Quickly he moved to his main theme. "I believe Fred Hampton was a leader and told the truth," he said, including that he would blow people's heads off. A few minutes later we recessed. The next morning, Perry reversed his ruling of a week before and allowed us to ask for punitive damages. Perry claimed he had ruled against us because we had withheld a key case from him that proved our position was correct. Perry said that he had only discovered the case in reviewing our mandamus petition to the Seventh Circuit. In fact, Flint had provided Perry's clerk with the correct citation to the case before Perry ever ruled. But Perry didn't want to admit he'd been so anxious to rule against us he'd made a mistake that might get him reversed on appeal, or at a minimum one that would show his bias. The judge interrupted Colin's closing argument and gave us 5 minutes to prepare to argue punitive damages to the jury. Flint pointed out the defendants' meetings, their planning, the floor plan, and the resulting bullets directed toward Fred's bed clearly marked on the floor plan to show intent and malice, requirements for the awarding of punitive damages. I focused on the volume of police shots, the beatings, kicking, and racial slurs inflicted on the plaintiffs after the raid, and the photos that showed how the defendants tore up the apartment when they were done shooting. Of all the photos, I said, the one that demonstrates their intent most clearly is the one of Fred lying on the door, bleeding from his head. Nobody checked his life signs or attempted to help him. Nobody covered him up. They waited for the photographers. Colin countered. I will tell you how a police officer feels. They don't publicly admit fear, but they have it. Police who don't protect their partners end up in the mailroom. No one wants to ride with them. Officer Davis was a tough guy in a tough business. If he had not gone in low, part of him would be splattered where Jim Montgomery said the rifled deer slug was, in the entrance foyer. What is common to all good policemen is that they would as soon be dead than be known as the guy that backed down when his partner is needed. Colin praised Gorman and Groth for their bravery in entering the apartment to back up Davis. Colin's closing argument was based on what Colin implied was his own personal knowledge. A lawyer is not allowed to tell the jury about his life or refer to supposed experiences outside the courtroom, but Colin got away with it. I had 10 minutes for rebuttal. I told the jury Colin had obviously been a cop. Colin jumped up, feigned surprise, and claimed I had brought up a new matter. He wanted time to respond. I objected, but Perry gave him 2 minutes when I finished. Going back to the facts after Colin's emotional appeal was difficult, but there were some points I wanted to clarify. Colin had argued that Jones's shotgun would not fit horizontally in the entranceway, so he could not have fired the first shot. I demonstrated that it could, and if it was held with the butt against the entrance hall door, the barrel would be at exactly the 3 to 5 degree angle upward that Zimmers specified was the direction of Jones's shot. I argued Davis's testimony that Mark Clark was just rising from his chair when Davis shot him was totally improbable. Davis placed Clark and his chair in the middle of the living room. For Davis's testimony to be true, Clark would have had to fire his shot at an upward angle from below and just inside the living room door, as the ballistics evidence indicated, stand up and move himself and his chair to the middle of the living room, and then sit back down, all in the midst of gunshots from Groth and Davis. The more likely scenario was that Clark had been shot near the living room door and his gun went off as he fell. My argument ended with a flourish. Perry wrongly accused me of showing the jury a photo that he claimed had not been admitted into evidence, but in fact it had. Perry told the jury, "Listen to me, not Haas." I responded, "You are the determiners of fact, ladies and gentlemen, thank God." Colin's 2-minute rebuttal was well rehearsed. "I've never been called upon to explain how I worked my way through law school," he said. "I was a police officer from 1955 to 1957. I quit when I got my license. My partner was black and took 5 bullets in the belly, and I was with him when he died. I did not have what it takes to go through that again." Of course, everything he said was inflammatory, irrelevant, and based on a supposed incident outside our courtroom. After the jury was excused, I moved for a mistrial for Colin's pulsating and probable lie to the jury. Denied. Perry let him get away with it. Later, Perry spent 2 hours reading the instructions to the jury, and at 7:15 p.m. on Thursday he sent them to dinner and told them to organize themselves and begin deliberating in the morning. They would remain sequestered at a hotel until they reached a verdict. I felt some relief but little confidence when the jury finally marched out to deliberate. There was nothing more to be done but collect the admitted exhibits to send to them, and wait. Flint and I had more than our usual 2 beers that night at John Barleycorn, a Lincoln Park pub, but underneath the momentary warmth and buzz, I feared what our jury would do. It was clear Perry and the defendants expected a quick verdict in their favor. Perry even suggested to the jurors that they might finish their deliberations before the weekend. That would have been on Friday, after only 1 day of deliberations, a remarkable feat given the lengthy trial. On Friday, Flint and I went to the office in blue jeans. We sat there nervously, with our suits hanging nearby, ready for the call telling us the jury had reached a verdict. In the afternoon Flint said, "Well, we've kept them out for a day. That ain't bad, given Perry's instructions. Whoever heard of assumption of risk in a civil rights suit? I replied. Can you believe Valene argued that if Fred had taken drugs, he assumed the risk of being murdered in his bed? Flint asked. By that logic, any black kid on Chicago streets after dark assumes the risk of being beaten by the police. Our cynical banter continued over the weekend with no calls from court. On Sunday morning, the Sun-Times ran a lengthy article with photos of Flint, straight blonde hair almost to his shoulders, and me with bushy curls and sideburns. Today I see how young and unlawyerly we looked. Dennis Fisher, the Sun-Times reporter who had been covering the case, came to our office the day before with a photographer and interviewed Flint and me. The article called us Panther lawyers, tight-budget crusaders, and noted that even before the trial started, Haas and Taylor were deeply involved in preparing the case. Throughout their effort, they have worked 70 and 80-hour weeks at negligible pay trying to win for the plaintiffs $47.7 million in damages from the police raiders. Their performance hasn't always been polished, but their enthusiasm never has flagged, in spite of what they continue to regard as the hostility of the judge. It's like playing in the World Series against the Yankees with their manager as the umpire, Flint was quoted. I spared the metaphor. Whether it's his will or his whim, the 18 months have been excruciating. The law has been turned upside down and stretched every way to defeat us. We can't underestimate the vengeful side of Judge Perry, and no matter which way it goes we think the other side will attempt to put us in jail to cover the cover-up. Perry had taken a number of contempt claims against Flint and me under advisement, and we feared he would give us more jail time when the case concluded. Our efforts to expose the judge's bias were not merely letting off steam, although there was plenty of anger behind them. They were to alert the public that a verdict against the plaintiffs did not follow a fair trial and should have no credibility. The news story continued. Colin has referred to Haas and Taylor as young punks. Haas and Taylor have called Colin a Nazi stormtrooper. After the recriminations, Flint explained our position more clearly near the end of the article. We dare to come to the king's throne and say he's wrong. But he's got all the power. We can't forget that. We're just committed to an idea, and every piece of evidence that comes out showing more FBI involvement has told us we must pursue this case. It's a matter of government assassination being exposed. On Monday, June 20th, the clerk called us in. When we arrived in court, Perry passed us 4 notes sent to him by the jury over the weekend. The first one on Saturday morning came from 4 of the jurors and asked if they could go to Mass on Sunday. Perry told us he responded only if they all agreed, and they had not gone. The second was sent Saturday afternoon and said the jury was hopelessly deadlocked and cannot reach a verdict. Perry said he ordered them to continue deliberating, which led to the next 2 notes on Sunday, which said the same thing, the last one adding, more deliberations will not result in a unanimous verdict. 18 months and then a hung jury, it seemed a nightmare, but then I thought, could we realistically have hoped for more? It was better than a verdict against us. Perry should have called the lawyers in after each note. He didn't, I realized, because he didn't want a hung jury. He wanted them to continue to deliberate and decide for the defendants, as his instructions had all but mandated. The defendants asked that the jury be instructed to continue deliberations and negotiate with each other. Flint and I conferred. Normally, plaintiffs would seek further deliberations that could lead to a favorable verdict. A hung jury is usually considered a victory for the defense. But we knew the atmosphere in the courtroom and the one-sided jury instructions. Do you really think they understand the judge's bias, so they can discount his remarks, ignore the instructions, and vote damages for Panthers? I asked Flint. To ask the question was to answer it. Flint responded, I doubt it. Neither of us liked our chances with this jury after this one-sided trial. In addition, the jurors' notes had been signed by our presumed nemesis, Judy Norgal, foreperson. Another bad sign. Perry asked each side our position. Colin and Valina then said they wanted Perry to declare the jury hung, which meant a mistrial, but before he did, they wanted him to reconsider the defendant's motions for directed verdict, which they had filed but had never argued. If their motion was granted, the case would be dismissed based on lack of evidence. I said that after 3 days of a deadlocked jury, Flint and I wanted Perry to declare a mistrial, but since Montgomery wasn't there, we needed to recess until we could confer. Perry called the jury in and asked Judy Norgal, "Are you able to arrive at a verdict?" "No, we are not, Your Honor," she said emphatically. Perry told the jury they did not need a unanimous verdict on every plaintiff or every defendant to reach a verdict on the others, and they should continue deliberating until he called them back at 2 p.m. Later we met with Montgomery and told him why we doubted more deliberations would work to our benefit. "I don't want to do this again," he said. "I want a verdict now." I suspected the case was at its end when the jury returned at 2:30 p.m. In addition to Flint, Montgomery, Reed, and me, the rest of PLO was present for our side. The press was there along with as many plaintiffs and supporters as we could reach by phone. Perry called in the jury. They looked haggard and angry. Florence Smith, the sole black juror, was the only one who looked at us. "I am asking again if you are able to arrive at a verdict," Perry said. "No, Your Honor, we haven't," Ms. Norgal responded, resolutely. "Is it likely with further deliberations you will be able to reach a verdict?" Perry inquired. "We will not." She was unequivocal. Perry excused the jury and again asked each side its position. Montgomery spoke first. He argued that the length of the trial and animosity between the parties and lawyers might make a verdict difficult to reach, but they should continue deliberating. Flint and I disagreed. I argued that Judy Norgal was firm, no hesitation in her response. The jury had been declaring they were deadlocked for 3 days. Colin also asked that deliberations cease but again urged the court to rule on the defendant's directed verdict motions before the jury was excused. As soon as he finished, Perry commanded, "Bring the jury." I sensed something bad was about to happen. I stood up and approached the lectern. "Judge, I don't see any basis for making rulings on those motions at this time. I would oppose that and ask for an opportunity to argue." "Perry, we have it under advisement. We don't need further argument on them." "Haas, this is an attempt to preempt the ruling of the jury. I don't think this would be the appropriate time for the ruling." "Perry, are we finished now? Bring the jury." The jury entered and was seated. Perry continued, "In 26 years I've never seen a more competent, fair-minded jury. I recognize, I can see it, that there is a tension, there is a division in the jury as I am sure it will pass as you members go from its grip. I have before me under advisement a motion that counsel for defendants have made, and the court feels that as a matter of law that the plaintiffs and each of them has failed to sustain the burden of proof on the issues of evidence on every count remaining in the amended complaint. Accordingly, the defendant's motion for a directed verdict in favor of each and every defendant against each and every plaintiff is granted, and judgment is entered here together with costs against each and every plaintiff and in favor of every defendant. The jury is hereby discharged from further duty. Each juror is free to talk about the case to the attorneys for the parties and to anyone." Perry hurried off the bench. I felt a pain in my stomach like someone just kicked me. I glanced at Flint, shaking my head in disgust. He looked angrily at the bench, but the judge was gone. I was stunned. I had anticipated some type of jury verdict or even a hung jury. Instead, Perry dismissed the case against the defendants without a jury decision and assessed costs against us. As if the ruling weren't bad enough, we had to watch Colin and Valina laughing, getting congratulated, and shaking hands with their clients. "Let's get out of here," I said, but first I had to say something to Florence Smith, our one black juror. She was walking from the jury box. When I called her name, she turned around. "I was with you," she said. "I would have held out forever." "Thank you," I said. What you did was important. And it was. A white juror heading for the door, who had looked uncomfortable during the trial, also came over and shook my and Flint's hands. It turned out she and Miss Smith were the jurors willing to vote our way. In a small conference room off the hallway, we explained what happened to the Hamptons and Clarks. Perry couldn't do it with the jury, so he did it himself, I told them. Is this the end of the road? Iberia asked. As down as I was, I replied, no way. Flint added the one bit of good news. Since Perry decided it, the evidence will be considered favorably to us on appeal. We won't have the burden of overcoming a jury verdict. We owe Florence Smith a tribute, I said. If the jury had found for the defendants, we would have an almost impossible burden. As soon as I said it, I realized the legal distinctions made little difference to our clients or hardly to us at that moment. They seemed insignificant next to the overwhelming fact that after 7 years, our case had just been dismissed. Iberia told me years later that she did not see any hope for any of us. She and Francis had missed 1 or more days of work every week for 18 months to attend the trial. Now the judge had thrown out their son's case. Iberia and Fanny both wore that expression of tired outrage, a familiarity with suffering that black people have had in America, a look that says, I see what your justice system did again. Herb Reed understood that look and said he and the NAACP were not giving up. On the first floor, I told the press how Perry had made himself the jury, and Flint explained how absurd it was for Perry to dismiss a case on the grounds that there was insufficient evidence to go to the jury, while the jury itself was deadlocked. Montgomery said nothing. I could tell he blamed us for the verdict as much as the judge. He headed back to his office. Herb Reed came back with us to PLO. There we slumped down in the hard chairs of our conference room. For once, there was silence. In spite of the hope we conveyed to our clients, I felt we had hit rock bottom. For 2 days I stayed home feeling terrible. The free time and walks outside I had longed for were not comforting. On Thursday, PLO lawyers gathered in our conference room. We were not a happy crowd. Things could be worse, Dennis said. The jury could have acquitted the defendants. That's true if we ever get to appeal, I said. Perry is going to make us pay the defendants' costs. This could be tens of thousands of dollars. We've gotta appeal, Flint interrupted. The bastard can't get away with this. I'll work on it, Chick added. I've already done a lot of the research. And who's gonna pay for the transcript we need to read and cite in our brief? I asked. I'm sure it's over 35,000 pages. Nobody answered. It's gotta be done, Dennis said. We have too much evidence to let Perry win. If we get the right appellate panel, we have a chance, Flint perked up. Do you think Fred would quit? Someone threw out. We all knew the answer. That comment pulled me up. Fred wouldn't have given up, so how could we, who were representing him and his legacy? Don't mourn. Appeal. Someone threw out, a takeoff on the Union rallying cry, don't mourn. Organize. I had to laugh and declare the mourning period over. I'm in, I said. Let's get that transcript and nail Perry's ass. One good thing, Flint added. We get to consolidate our entire case in one appeal. There's nothing left before Perry, thank goodness. I could see he relished another shot at proving the FBI conspiracy. It's a truism that what appears to be our worst nightmare often turns out to be a blessing. So it was with Perry's ruling. Had he not dismissed the shooters, we would have been left with another trial against them, still in front of him, a trial we would probably never win. Before things got better, they got much worse. First, Judge Perry ruled our clients must pay the defendants' costs, consisting mostly of the time and expense of the FBI's reproducing the documents it had hidden and even some transcript costs. Perry assessed their costs at $100,000. On top of that, he set an appeal bond of another $100,000, creating what appeared to be an insurmountable financial obstacle to prevent us from appealing his dismissal. Perry continued the sentencing on the pending contempt citations against Flint and me until after any appeal, reserving the right to incarcerate us later. The final blow, the least expected, came by messenger from Jim Montgomery. It was a letter announcing that he would now be the sole attorney for Iberia Hampton, Deborah Johnson, Verlina Brewer, and Brenda Harris. When we talked to the other plaintiffs, we found out what happened. Montgomery had told each of them he no longer wanted to work with us and that our tactics only led to infuriating the judge and prolonging litigation and would not result in winning the case either by way of settlement or trial. He implied he could negotiate a settlement if they would accept his exclusive representation, but he would also require that they sign a new fee agreement, raising the percentage of his contingency fee from 1/3 to 45%. The letter from Montgomery was demoralizing. I understood why our strategy of confrontation did not look like it would bring success. Montgomery offered accommodation, which works in most civil cases, but I believed that our defendants would not settle until we gained the upper hand. For now they were riding high. Do you think Montgomery has been offered a deal if he separates from us? I asked Flint and Dennis. I think he hopes he can cop a deal, Dennis said. But I don't think there is one, not now, anyway. Why would Colin and Verlina want to settle now after they have a verdict? Their gravy train is guaranteed through the appeal and 10 more hung juries, Flint said. They're certainly not going to settle until we get an appeal going, and right now that's problematic, Dennis added. We have to get over the hurdle of the appeal bond. 45. Out of the abyss. We still represented Fanny Clark, as well as Doc Satchel, Harold Bell, Blair Anderson, and Louis Trulock. We didn't have a lot of time to bemoan the division of plaintiffs. We had to file the notice of appeal and draft the motion to convince the Seventh Circuit to overturn Perry's requirement of an appeal bond, and time was running out. Dennis and Chick helped Flint and me research and draft the motion. We argued our client's indigence, the importance of being permitted an appeal, the political, legal, and public significance of the case, and the strength of the evidence enough to cause the jury to be divided even after a one-sided trial. Perry's appeal bond was a vengeful effort to prevent us from exposing and reversing his unjust rulings. Although Montgomery's time for challenging the appeal bond had expired, he filed nothing for the other plaintiffs. We had warned him of the deadline. I feared that his plaintiffs, including Iberia, would have to post the appeal bond or, more likely, forfeit their right of appeal when they could not raise the bond. Obtaining and even winning a new trial without Iberia, not to mention Deborah, Verlina, and Brenda, would be sad indeed. A few days later, the appellate court struck down the appeal bond. Fortunately, they didn't restrict their order to our plaintiffs. We were free to challenge on appeal all of Perry's dismissal orders, his contempt citations, and his vindictive awarding of costs. We were back in business, or at least in court. Writing an appeal from a 35,000-page transcript, which we did not yet have, seemed an overwhelming task. The brief required a statement of facts with each factual assertion backed up by a citation to the trial transcript. This was followed by legal arguments, supported by facts and the law. Sorting and prioritizing the issues was a huge task. Most important was demonstrating that we had enough evidence to warrant at least a jury's verdict on all our claims, including conspiracy. Our first objective was getting a copy of the trial transcript that the other side had received every day during the trial. We filed a petition to proceed in forma pauperis, as poor persons, before Judge Perry. He quickly denied the motion, gratuitously stating that the appeal was frivolous and without merit. We then went to Claude Yoker, Perry's court reporter. He agreed to provide us copies of the trial transcript to be paid for when and if we got the money. Then Perry did us a favor, unwittingly of course. He wrote a 25-page summary of the facts, which he sent the parties with an accompanying letter. Because of the complexity of this case and the extensive documentation involved, he wrote, I am of the opinion that copies of the summary may help the attorneys for all parties in organizing the appeal. Perry's summary was nothing more than the defendant's version of the evidence. He wrote that the purpose of COINTELPRO was to prevent violence and accepted as fact that Groth obtained his information from his own reliable informant. Thank you, Judge Perry, I thought. His summary proved he had considered the evidence in the light most favorable to the defendants, the opposite of what the correct legal standard required. As soon as the trial transcript arrived, Flint, Dennis, and I began working with Chick and other PLO members to write the brief. Flint spent whole days at Lake Michigan reading and outlining the transcript and writing up the facts, while I reviewed and corrected the emerging statements of fact. We received some legal and financial support from the NAACP and their counsel, Jim Meyerson, in New York. The National Council of Churches raised money for transcript costs. Given the publicity of the trial, Flint and I had plenty of calls for representation, but we only had time to take a few cases. When I wasn't writing the facts for our brief, I was defending paying clients in criminal court to support the office. Flint was becoming an expert on civil rights law, interpreting new decisions for civil rights attorneys. In the fall of 1977, PLO moved. Our old building was torn down, and our new offices on the 16th floor of the Fisher Building were even closer to the federal courts, where we were beginning to take on more civil rights cases. Maggie and I still lived in her apartment on Roscoe Street, and our relationship coalesced around our new son, Roger, and the excitement of raising him. That fall was a blur of reading transcripts, gleaning salient facts, writing them down coherently, and carefully citing each fact to the relevant page of the transcript. For 3 months I wrote in longhand, as did Flint. Linda Turner typed up our drafts. Her willingness to stay up all night as we made corrections and she retyped each draft made it possible to meet our deadlines. Dennis and Chick did much of the editing and rewriting, and others helped with the legal argument. The brief ended up 274 pages long with 100 pages of appendices. Dennis supplied the adjectives, and Fred's inspiration had a hand in writing it. We began the section entitled The Massive Prejudice of the Court Below with Perry's declaration from page 33,365 of the transcript about a fair trial, "You bet your life you are not going to get it." Our brief was an indictment of government wrongdoing and cover-up. It is at least as applicable today as when it was written. We gathered the injustices we'd seen, the realizations that came from trying to expose them, and our 8 years of frustrations into its final passages. Perry conducted a trial, which was an agonizing reenactment of the raid, and cover up a counterintelligence action in which the defendants again cooperated to neutralize and disrupt the plaintiffs and their lawyers in the courtroom by discrediting them to the jury, whom they constantly sought to misdirect. The federal defendants again stayed in the background, hiding their involvement while encouraging the state defendants and their counsel to do the dirty work. In their corner was the trial judge who unfailingly supported their cause because he was committed to its triumph. This court must see to it that the conspiracy proceeds no further, as well as holding those shown to be responsible accountable. Plaintiffs have sought to prosecute this case for 8 years in the public interest as well as their own. FBI racial counterintelligence was a star-spangled blueprint for genocide, and still is if allowed to exist, and if those who operate it are still allowed to do so. They still have the mission of neutralization against their perceived political opponents, and they still demand immunity for their operations. They still purport to be protecting the country, and they still do not accept the Bill of Rights. For all this, the undersigned demand detailed and determined redress, to be ordered and guaranteed by this honorable court through the full and timely exercise of its judicial responsibility, upon the authority of the truth and the people of the United States, until full justice is finally done. All power to the people. Montgomery filed a short brief adopting some of our research and arguments. He focused on getting a new trial against the shooters. He didn't join in our accusations of Perry's prejudice. In their answer filed 60 days later, The FBI defendants claimed that they were immune from liability because they were acting within the scope of their official duties as FBI employees carrying out the counterintelligence program. This was an ironic twist given their years of denial that COINTELPRO was relevant. Taken to its logical extension, this defense would allow FBI agents to destroy and neutralize the Panthers, or any other political organization, by violent means. They asked for carte blanche to commit murder and violate the Constitution with impunity. It is the good German defense of just doing my duty that was rejected at the Nuremberg trials. It is similar to the immunity being claimed today for those who ordered and implemented torture at Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay detention centers based on their carrying out the government-mandated torture policy. Our reply brief warned that the urge to grant immunity to all government wrongdoing was a fascist impulse. The court must reject these "I was only following orders" assertions out of hand. To do otherwise would sanction a program of official lawlessness of a magnitude never before contemplated and a viciousness never before seen. The state defendant's answer contained an egregious attempt to protect Groth from having to name his purported informant. They argued that disclosure would be a disastrous blow to law enforcement, and dry up police sources. In our reply brief, we countered the defendant's contention that the anonymity of the informant must be protected at all costs is really nothing more than an attempt to shield themselves from liability. Finally, all the defendants strongly objected to the sanctions we asked the court to impose and the interim fees we sought. Our reply brief answered their objections. Unless this court exercises its statutory and equitable powers and provides plaintiffs with the resources with which to continue the battle, the defendants' economic war of attrition against the plaintiffs will continue and the dollar bill will prove more powerful than the Bill of Rights. Janis Joplin sang, "Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose." When we wrote the reply brief, we had lost everything but the freedom to speak the truth. We argued that the defendants were broadly inviting the court to join in the conspiracy to cover up their crimes. And on our 84th page, we concluded, this court must fully accept the reality that a mere acknowledgement of the wrongdoing which has taken place is not enough. Decisive, comprehensive action is required to prevent the ultimate success of the conspiracy. It cannot be left to these indigent plaintiffs and exhausted lawyers to return to the beginning, and face the richly financed resistance of three governments, still bent on suppressing the truth. The plaintiffs must be armed on remand with all of the evidence, and with enough money to carry through, and it must be made clear to the district court that the law, the rules, and the truth will be upheld. On August 18, 1978, Flint, Dennis, and I rode the elevator to the top floor of the Dirksen Federal Building to argue the appeal. We had been practicing our argument for days in front of Chick and John Moore, who had recently joined the office and had worked on the reply brief. We signed in as three of the appellant's attorneys. Montgomery's signature was already there as the fourth. Thomas Fairchild, Luther Swigert, and Wilbur Pell were the names of the judges listed to hear each of the three cases. "We're 2 out of 3, Flint said excitedly when we found a small briefing room and sat down at the table. We had researched the judges. We had a good draw. We couldn't have done better than Judge Swigert. He was regarded as the most liberal judge on the circuit. Thomas Fairchild, the chief judge, was more in the center but was solid on the Civil Rights Act and the Constitution. He was part of the panel that reversed Perry in 1973 after Perry had dismissed our case the first time. The third judge, Wilbur Pell, was an arch-conservative who belittled civil rights claims. We had little chance with him, but we hoped he would not have much influence on the other two. We have a shot with this bunch, Dennis said. I was relieved. I couldn't imagine arguing before a panel of 3 judges like Perry, if indeed 3 of his kind even existed. It was my first appellate argument and I was nervous as hell. At 9 a.m. we entered the large, heavily carpeted courtroom. There was a table for counsel on each side, and in front was the podium with a microphone, well below the bench where the 3 judges sat. We put our papers on the appellant's table on the right, next to Jim Montgomery. The rows of benches for the spectators behind us were full, with the front rows reserved for the plaintiffs, defendants, and the press. My mother had again come up from Atlanta, and she was sitting behind Iberia. Some of the familiar tension returned as we faced Colin and Valina for the first time in more than a year. Next to them were Tui, Witkowski, and Harland Leathers, a Justice Department attorney who argued for the FBI. John Moore and Chick Hoffman had brought Zimmer's scale model into the courtroom at 8:45 a.m. and placed it below the bench. We all stood as the three judges walked in from the left and assumed their places in their high-backed leather chairs. Chief Judge Fairchild was in the middle and stated the rules: 90 minutes for each side. The clerk would turn on the white light on the podium when there was a minute left, and the red light would come on when time was up. Time would be strictly enforced. The lawyers did not have to repeat the evidence because the judges had read our briefs, but both sides were free to emphasize specific facts they felt were important. Montgomery spoke slowly and dramatically, with pauses after each salient fact. He walked over and pointed to the rooms in the scale model to show the judges where each event had occurred. He described Fred being shot in his bed as he lay drugged and asleep, and the two fatal shots coming from the doorway of his bedroom, while pointing to these locations. The large appellate courtroom reverberated with his deep, rich voice as he highlighted Brenda's testimony. She had seen Mark Clark fall toward the floor after a shot from Davis, and she saw the flash of Mark's gun as he was falling. Montgomery emphasized that after the police had shot Brenda and Mark and secured the living room, they had total control of the apartment and should have stopped firing. I spoke next, afraid that I'd be asked about a case whose facts I couldn't remember. I always had a tough time connecting the facts of a case with its title. I described the specific actions of each FBI defendant and explained how they fit together to set up the deadly raid. The acts themselves were sufficient for a jury to find them part of the conspiracy. When we added that they were operating pursuant to COINTELPRO mandates to destroy, disrupt, and cripple the Panthers and neutralize their leadership, the evidence was overwhelming. As Flint walked up to face the judges, he picked up the silver pitcher resting on the podium and poured water into a glass. He looked up but kept pouring as the glass overflowed, spilling water on Flint and the carpet. Recalling the earlier contempt order surrounding the water pitcher in the trial court, Judge Fairchild interjected, "I knew we shouldn't have an open pitcher here." Everyone laughed, including Flint. For a brief moment the charged atmosphere was broken. Flint continued and focused on the cover-up as evidence of the defendant's guilt. He emphasized the contrast between the federal grand jury, where Johnson, Piper, and Mitchell never mentioned the FBI role, and the bonus documents where they claimed credit for the raid and its success. When we finished our arguments, the judges had asked us very few questions. John Tui had a much harder time. After a long, boring recitation having to do with the peripheral defendants, the judges became impatient and questioned him about the discrepancies between the physical evidence and the raiders' testimony. He wasted a lot of time explaining that Valina would answer their questions. His co-counsel finally passed him a note telling him to sit down. When Valina started, little time was left. He repeated the raiders' version of the opening event: Brenda fired her shotgun at the incoming police. Judge Fairchild confronted him with Brenda Harris's testimony denying this. Valina tried to discredit her, but Fairchild kept asking, "Isn't the credibility of the witnesses for the jury to decide?" Every time Valina repeated the raiders' testimony, Fairchild and Swigert confronted him with the conflicting accounts and physical evidence. Valina became more and more frustrated and finally blurted out, "Who are we fooling here?" "We're nitpicking," he said, referring to the judge's questions. He regressed to his trial litany of how dangerous the Panthers were and how many unregistered guns they possessed. Judge Swigert stopped him. "Are you saying the Panthers have no constitutional rights?" Valina paused and tried to backtrack. "No, Your Honor, I wouldn't suggest that." Swigert confronted Valina with Hanrahan's statement that Hampton had fired at the police from the back bedroom. Valina was forced to admit that no one had told Hanrahan this. After Valina, Witkowski defended Groth's refusal to name his informant. He argued that we had failed to provide enough evidence showing his non-existence to make Groth release the name. This seemed absurd. Everyone knew proving a negative is almost impossible, particularly when the person with knowledge is shielded from questioning. Fairchild forced Witkowski to agree that if the informant did not exist, this would undermine the entire basis for the raid. Fairchild asked him, what was the reason Groth had withheld the name? Witkowski hesitated, then replied, danger to the informant. He didn't dare argue the non-existent danger to other persons privilege that Colin had concocted for Perry. Justice Department Attorney Harland Leathers started by saying the FBI defendants were immune because they were carrying out national policy and acting pursuant to their duties. The acting under orders defense. Swigert asked, are you saying that they could act illegally and still be immune? Would they have immunity if they gave Hanrahan a gun and told him to shoot Fred Hampton? Leathers tried a new strategy, arguing that the FBI defendants did not participate in the raid and were only passing along information. Fairchild responded, if the FBI gave a floor plan to someone planning a bank robbery, wouldn't they be accountable? Leathers answered that the FBI had no knowledge of any illegal activity and no intent to cause any. Fairchild asked, couldn't the FBI assume after November 13 that the police might want revenge? Didn't COINTELPRO indicate an intent to destroy the Panthers and their leadership? Weren't these questions for the jury to decide? Leathers responded by repeating that the FBI defendants had acted lawfully. As he finished, Leathers said he was appalled that in our reply brief, we accused him of a fascist mentality when he's claiming that the FBI was immune from liability for its actions pursuant to COINTELPRO because they were doing their duty and carrying out national policy. When Dennis rose for rebuttal, Pell asked him if the court would also be part of the fascist conspiracy if it upheld Perry's rulings. This question looked like trouble. We could not ignore the fascist aspect of COINTELPRO, Dennis replied, with its claim of absolute immunity for government misconduct. COINTELPRO was so outrageous that it can't be properly characterized any other way. Pell again challenged Dennis on his terminology, but Dennis continued. He shared our dilemma with the judges. We were constantly forced to choose between exaggeration and restraint in describing the most notorious event of our lives and the most incredible train of events following it. I feared Swigert and Fairchild would feel the need to protect Pell against Dennis's characterizations of the FBI. After a few more back and forths, Fairchild intervened and told Dennis to focus on the facts of our case, not the abstract labels. Dennis balked at first, saying we could not ignore the threat that COINTELPRO imposed nationally. He then described specifically how COINTELPRO had led to the December 4th raid. He ended with a plea to the court not merely to reverse Perry but to arm us with the necessary tools, interim attorneys' fees and sanctions to have a fair chance at the next trial. This case will be taken under advisement, Fairchild announced. The judges stood and walked out. Flint, Dennis, and I gave each other positive nods. We shook hands with Montgomery, he had been at his best. As we exited, I saw my mother talking to Iberia. I hope you get some justice, my mother said. Jeff's told me how much you've had to take. Well, he and Flint have had to take it also, Iberia responded. They deserve to win. Part B. Vindication. 46. A victory. Atlanta in April is as beautiful as any city in the world. The white dogwoods, the multicolored azaleas, the pink flowering quince all come to life everywhere, particularly in the Chastain Park area where my parents live. It was still chilly and gray in Chicago when Maggie and I came to my parents' house for a visit in 1979 with 1.5-year-old Roger and Maggie 6 months pregnant. My dad watched incredulously as Roger donned a hat and cane and did an amazingly graceful version of a tap shoe routine he'd learned to mimic before he learned to talk. On the Monday afternoon of a particularly gorgeous day, Maggie and I were visiting friends of hers who lived outside Atlanta. We were in the kitchen of their home when the phone rang. "It's for you," Maggie's friend said. I had left the number where we would be with my mom. I took the phone and walked out onto the steps outside. "Jeff, we won," I heard Flint say. "The decision came down today." "What, are you kidding?" I asked, knowing he wasn't. No, it's real and it's amazing. We won on everything. A new trial against all the defendants, sanctions against the feds, Groth has to name his informant, and even our contempts were reversed. And, I started to ask. Yes, they got rid of Perry and even awarded us interim fees. It's incredible, from the little I've read so far. Swigert wrote the opinion and adopted our uncompromising view of the case and analysis of the evidence. I was elated. Flint added that Pell had written a vicious dissenting opinion attacking us, and he expected that the defendants would seek a rehearing from the entire Seventh Circuit. A chilling thought, too demoralizing to contemplate at that moment. I only wish I was at PLO to celebrate, I ended. Congratulate Dennis, Chick, John, and Peter for me, I said. They made it possible. And of course you, Flint, you've been the best. I was crying. You weren't bad yourself, Flint said. We laughed. Maggie had heard my excitement and came outside. We did it, I said. We won everything. She was so happy tears came, and we hugged. She'd been through a lot. I had hardly relaxed since the trial. Call your parents, Maggie said. No, let's surprise them when Dad gets home. That night I told them to sit down. When they did I said, guess what? Mom, that call you forwarded was from Flint. We won. I have never seen my dad happier. His smile and hug made me feel it was okay I didn't get into Harvard. I'd still done well practicing law. Mom wanted to know the details, so I told her all I knew. The next day the opinion arrived. Flint had included some press clippings. I took the whole packet into my dad's study, sat down in his comfortable black reclining chair with the matching ottoman, and read. New Panther trial granted, survivors get another chance at Hanrahan, the Chicago Defender headlines declared over the photo of Fred's blood-stained bed. The Tribune and Sun-Times had similar headlines. I began reading Judge Swigert's opinion. After a few pages of his opinion, it was clear he understood the implications of our evidence and grasped how the conspiracy worked. He understood the significance of Mitchell's placing the floor plan in the one file where it could be destroyed, Jalovek's acknowledging to Mitchell that his information was the source for the raid, and the manner in which the federal grand jury was used to cover up the FBI's role. Judge Swigert rejected the defendants' arguments that the FBI defendants and the raiders couldn't be in a conspiracy because they didn't know each other. He wrote, the participants in the conspiracy must share the general conspiratorial objective, but they need not know all the details of the plan designed to achieve the objective or possess the same motives for desiring the intended conspiratorial result. Plaintiffs did offer sufficient evidence to warrant a jury determination of whether a conspiracy existed. We had always alleged a single conspiracy including both the execution of the raid and the cover-up. Swigert said we could show two conspiracies. The first conspiracy was designed to subvert and eliminate the Black Panther Party and its members, the second conspiracy harassed the survivors of the raid. Moreover, the post-raid conspiracy was intended to frustrate any redress the plaintiffs might seek and, more important, to conceal the true character of the pre-raid and raid activities of the defendants involved in the first conspiracy. Swigert directed, the trial court upon remand should provide jury instructions that will ensure the jury is aware of the alternatives of finding single or multiple conspiracies in the evidence presented by plaintiffs. Swigert intended for a jury, not the next trial judge, to decide the case. Judge Swigert rejected Hanrahan's claims of absolute immunity, stating it did not apply when he was supervising police officers or holding press conferences prejudicing defendants' rights to a fair trial. Neither did the FBI defendants have immunity from the Civil Rights Act when they acted in conspiracy with each other and with local officials to violate established constitutional rights. The court ruled that we had made a case under Section 1985 of the Civil Rights Act, conspiracies involving racial or discriminatory intent. Swigert commented, the statute was intended, perhaps more than anything else, to provide redress for victims of conspiracies impelled by a commingling of racial and political motives. And this is precisely the sort of conspiracy alleged by plaintiffs in this case. Judge Swiggert's pronouncements on the nature and scope of conspiracies to violate civil rights remain a primer of civil rights and conspiracy law today. So do his findings that state actors who fail to intervene to protect the civil rights of citizens are also liable. Thus, the non-Hooters who witnessed the Panther beatings after the raid but did nothing to intervene could be held liable. In addition to reinstating our case and ordering a new trial, Swigert made 3 other rulings that greatly improved our posture in the lawsuit. First, he rejected Groth's claim of an absolute informant privilege. A considerable amount of evidence was introduced leading to the conclusion that either Groth did not have an informant and merely repeated the information he had received from Jalovec in the affidavit for the warrant, or that O'Neill was Groth's informant. Swigert acknowledged that if Groth's informant did not exist, the warrant would be invalid, supported only by misrepresented triple hearsay, and this would further bolster plaintiffs' conspiracy claims and highlight the importance of the federal defendants in the alleged conspiracy. Amen, he's got it right there. Next, Swigert took on the issue of the FBI defendants' violations of pretrial discovery. Moreover, sanctions should be imposed against the federal defendants and counsel representing them at the first trial for repeatedly disobeying court orders to produce documentary material. This was too good to be true. I'd love to see Cantor's and Christenbury's faces when they read this. I had to call Flint. I just read the part about sanctions. What do you think this means? I asked. Dennis and I have been talking about that, he said. It's interesting that Swigert cared more about enforcing Perry's discovery orders than Perry ever did. We think we should get the next trial judge to consider entering judgment against the FBI defendants and fining their lawyers. If not, the next jury should be told the FBI hid evidence, and they may consider that as evidence of guilt. They all sound good to me, I replied. And well deserved. Have you gotten to our contempts yet? Flint asked. Coming up, I replied. I can't wait. I hung up and kept reading. Swigert described the circumstances that led to Flint's contempt, including Perry's erroneous accusation that I had deliberately and willfully misread the stipulation, his refusal to provide us with a transcript, and his refusal to correct the record immediately. He continued with, these combined circumstances apparently caused Taylor to reach the breaking point of his patience and forbearance. Swigert noted that the incident occurred while the jury was in recess. While we do not intend to condone Taylor's gesture of anger, we are convinced, there was no interference with the conduct of the trial. There was no obstruction in the administration of justice. One down. Let's see what he says about me. Haas was held in contempt for saying we can't cover up the cover-up. After saying this, he tried to explain, that is part of our complaint that they covered up, Judge. The judge, however, took the remark as personally directed at him. In the context of what happened before, the judge, in our opinion, had no reason to interpret the remark in that manner, and should have given Haas the benefit of every doubt. Thank you, Judge Swigert. He went on to cite with approval the principle stated in the Seventh Circuit's reversal of Kunstler and Weinglass's contempts in the Conspiracy 7 trial. Attorneys have a right to be persistent, vociferous, contentious, and imposing, even to the point of appearing obnoxious, when acting on their client's behalf. An attorney may, with impunity, take full advantage of the range of conduct that our adversary system allows. Accordingly, we find the contempt citations are unwarranted when considered in their factual setting. Vindicated again. A long time comin', but it sure felt good. Swigert also awarded us interim attorney's fees for winning the appeal and declared that the case should be reassigned to a new trial judge, who should give the retrial high priority. Perry's history. I exclaimed. It won't be nearly as good theater next time, Maggie said, with a whimsical smile, but your chances of surviving are much better. Swigert's opinion in Hampton v. Hanrahan, cited at 600 F2D 600, remains among the most famous civil rights decisions ever rendered. Pell's vituperative dissent conceding he had not read the entire record was a sharp criticism on Swigert and an outright attack on PLO and the Panthers. It reminded me of how easily the opinion could have gone the other way. Nevertheless, it was time to celebrate, and the day I got back to Chicago we partied well into the night wearing freshly lettered t-shirts proclaiming, "Right on, Luther." Compliments of Chick Hoffman. 47. Onward. By the time the Seventh Circuit decision came down, the aftermath of another event was demanding more of my time than the Hampton case. On July 22, 1978, a few weeks before our Hampton oral argument, there was a riot at Pontiac Correctional Center in central Illinois. 3 guards had been stabbed to death and the prison was on indefinite lockdown. After Attica, I had represented prisoners in a number of suits challenging conditions in Illinois prisons. The century-old maximum security prison in Pontiac was among the worst in the state. 2 days after the riot, or rebellion as we called it, I visited prisoners I knew at Pontiac. They urged me to get involved in defending whoever would be charged with the guards' deaths. Prison officials were publicly stating they would seek the death penalty. For the next 6 months, I drove the 100 miles to Pontiac Correctional Center at least once a week. First, I gathered information on the conditions there, which included weeks and then months of 24-hour 8-day lockdowns in tiny cells 5 tiers high in a steel cell house that was brutally hot during the day and freezing at night. Food, often containing rat feces and human hair, was passed to the prisoners through chuck holes in their cell doors. PLO brought a suit challenging the continued lockdown. After we provided the court with prisoners' first-hand accounts, we convinced Judge John Powers Crowley to accompany me to the prison for a surprise visit. The prison had been on 24-hour lockdown for 2 months. He and I walked the intensely hot galleries strewn with stinking, uncollected garbage, watching comatose men sleeping in their underwear at noon. Judge Crowley did not want to tell me his impressions informally, but he kept shaking his head, and I could tell he was mortified. The next day he ordered that the lockdown be lifted. The success of our lawsuit and the sympathetic and dramatic TV footage of the conditions at Pontiac Correctional Center turned the public's sympathy from the guards and toward the prisoners as people came to understand the riot as a spontaneous response to inhumane treatment. Nevertheless, by the middle of 1979, the Department of Corrections charged 17 prisoners with conspiracy to riot and murder. As the lawyer who had been visiting regularly since the riot, I had earned the confidence of most of the defendants. I was in the best position to organize the Pontiac brothers' legal team. With 17 men facing the death penalty, I couldn't abandon them. There were other PLOers to help with the Hampton case, and the new trial seemed far away. The Pontiac defense occupied the majority of my time from late 1978 through the criminal trial, which began 2 years later. I played Flint's role, marshalling and indexing the documents, and with Michael's help, drafting many of the legal motions. I met with the defendants regularly in Pontiac and helped them recruit lawyers who would work for a joint defense. The Cook County Bar Association, Chicago's black lawyers organization, encouraged their members to help the Pontiac brothers. We wanted quality lawyers for all the men charged as quickly as possible to avoid the defendants getting nervous and suspicious and testifying against each other in exchange for leniency. The follow-up legal work on the Hampton case fell heavily on Flint and Dennis, with backup from Chick and John Moore. Both were excellent writers and researchers. John had joined the office to work on the Hampton appeal and had proved his merits working on our reply brief. I was still available to read their motions, strategize, and argue in court, but the defense of the Pontiac prisoners was becoming as intense as the Hampton trial had been. Also needing my attention was our second son, Andrew Hampton Haas Roche, who was born on September 5, 1979. Flint's stature in the legal community and his self-assurance grew with the Hampton trial and especially the appeal. He and other Lawyers Guild members started the Police Misconduct Litigation Manual, which remains the most highly regarded primer for civil rights attorneys. The first issue was devoted to an analysis of Judge Swigert's opinion. Flint tackled the new legal challenges in the Hampton case, more determined than ever. The defendants were petitioning the entire Seventh Circuit to reverse Swigert. They needed a majority of the Eighth Circuit judges to get a rehearing. Flint took the lead in answering the multiple arguments contained in the defendants' briefs, which were basically rewrites of the issues they lost in the original appeal. On September 12, by a 3-3 vote, the rehearing was denied. If the two judges who'd recused themselves had remained on the panel, Swigert's decision would have likely been revisited and very likely reversed. A month after the Court of Appeals ruling, the Chicago Sun-Times reported that Judge Pell, who wrote the scathing dissent and who voted for a rehearing, had been an FBI agent and remained active in the Society of Former Special Agents of the FBI. This group lobbied for and funded the legal defense of former FBI Director L. Patrick Gray, accused of illegal surveillances of radicals, as well as Thomas Carney, an FBI agent charged with illegal mail opening and wiretapping. Pell had excluded his FBI stint and membership in the former FBI support organization from his official resume. When the Justice Department informed Judge Perry it had decided not to appeal Swigert's reversal of Flint and my contempts, Perry was so disappointed he wrote his own brief to justify his actions and uphold his contempt findings. This unprecedented partisan action by the trial judge did more to show he was an activist seeking combat, as we had described him in our appellate brief, than anything we could have done. I was delighted when the Seventh Circuit denied his plea. Following Swigert's instructions, Flint submitted a bill for our appellate work. He calculated he had put in 1,532 hours at $80 per hour and I had put in 542 hours at $90. Together with hours from the rest of our office and a multiplier because of the difficulty of the work and the uncertainty of getting paid, we sought $500,000 in appellate fees. John Collin, who had received more than twice that amount personally, was quoted in the paper, saying, "I'm pleased to see that for once they are not posing to be in this thing for the public good. I'm glad to see they like the buck the same as the rest of us do. It reinforces my opinion of human nature." Despite this endorsement of our humanity, Collin filed strenuous objections to our receiving any fees, and the Seventh Circuit set our fee award at $100,000. As expected, Collin and Valina, who had already received over $2 million of public money, filed for certiorari, or leave to appeal Swigert's ruling to the U.S. Supreme Court. Putting more resources into defending Hanrahan and the Raiders was met with strong resistance from black members of the Cook County Board of Commissioners and the City Council. A Chicago Daily Defender editorial captured the majority black sentiment: the major decision makers at the Cook County and federal government levels deserve contempt for their decision to fight the Black Panther ruling. Essentially, this means all of us taxpayers will continue to pour millions of dollars into an endless and futile effort. As a small, vocal segment of the public, we state our resentment of this action. We believe the folks out in the street resent it too. There is no real doubt about what happened on December 4, 1969. The only doubt is when our exalted public officials will stop playing games at our expense. We answered the government's petition to the Supreme Court on behalf of our 5 plaintiffs and hoped that our pleading would stand for all the survivors because Montgomery filed nothing on behalf of the 4 he was representing. We still had received no money, and the lengthy briefs in the Seventh Circuit and again in the Supreme Court were time-consuming and exhausting. Michael and I were getting paid $35 per hour by the state of Illinois for the Pontiac defense. That kept PLO afloat. We feared that the defendants would get the 4 judges they needed to have the Supreme Court grant certiorari and take the case. Justice John Paul Stevens, a liberal justice formerly from the Seventh Circuit, had removed himself because he wrote the first Hampton opinion reversing Perry. We filed a brief to disqualify the very conservative Justice William Rehnquist because he had worked in the Justice Department during the time of the federal grand jury and had been the chief attorney for Attorney General John Mitchell, a potential defendant in our case. Rehnquist refused to step down. On June 2, 1980, more than a year after Swigert had ruled, the Supreme Court, by a 7-1 vote on the shooters and a 5-3 vote on the federal defendants, refused to take the case. Justice Lewis Powell issued a scathing dissent with respect to the federal defendants, reminiscent of Pell. He wrote that our objective was not monetary damages but a larger target, the FBI. Not surprisingly, Rehnquist joined Chief Justice Warren Burger and Powell in the dissent. Despite the decision upholding our opinion, the court reversed Swigert 7-1 on awarding interim fees, with only Justice Thurgood Marshall dissenting. Again, we had no funds to pursue the case and unpaid bills from the first trial. When the Supreme Court denied certiorari, I was preparing the defense of Joseph Smith, one of 10 Pontiac brothers set to go on trial in September 1980. Each man faced the death penalty, and each had his own lawyer. Michael had convinced the trial judge to remove the case to Chicago, and the 10 defense lawyers were meeting on a daily basis to prepare. I had never done a death penalty case, and here I was one of the chief counsel in what some called the largest death penalty case in U.S. history. After 17 months of Perry, I felt I could handle just about anything in court. I was by no means alone. The Pontiac brothers had interviewed and recruited many of the top black criminal lawyers in Chicago and nationally for the defense team. The family and friends of the men on trial, together with those concerned with Illinois prison conditions, formed the Pontiac Brother Defense Committee. They sent out a steady stream of information about the overcrowding and abhorrent conditions in Illinois prisons. Put the state on trial was our motto, and hundreds of spectators, mostly from the black community and many from families of prisoners, came to support the men on trial. In August 1980, I hauled my boxes of Pontiac files to 26th Street, where the Pontiac defense team had been given an office and where the defense lawyers met regularly. The trial was set to start the next month. "I'm sure you can handle Hampton," I said to Flint, as I was about to embark on another long and contentious trial. "No problem." "Got it covered," my less than effusive but dogged partner replied. Flint had been studying and cataloging the transcript and the record to implement Judge Swigert's orders that Groth must disclose his informant and the new judge must consider sanctions against the feds. John Moore and Chick Hoffman also worked with Flint. In September, as the Pontiac trial was starting, Flint and his team filed a new interrogatory and document request on Groth to name his informant, to produce documentary proof that he had an informant, and to schedule his deposition. 10 days later they filed a motion to amend our complaint to add Hoover's estate, former Attorney General John Mitchell, Jerry's Leonard, and the FBI heads of COINTELPRO as defendants. The Hampton case was reassigned to Judge Milton Shatter, a liberal judge and scholar of constitutional law. We were optimistic. On September 25, 1980, he set the first status date. Flint opened the session appropriately. 10 years later, here we are back in court. The city, state, and federal governments are still spending millions of taxpayers' dollars to defend this murder. That was as far as he got. The defendants had filed a motion to recuse Shatter. They argued that he was prejudiced because one of his former law partners had been a member of the Lawyers' Committee for Civil Rights, which had written an amicus curiae, or friend of the court, brief in support of the special prosecutor seeking to indict Hanrahan in 1971. Before Shatter could take any action, he had to resolve the recusal issue. He announced he would rule in October. Frustrated, Flint told the press as he walked out, "They're trying to get rid of the only judge who might be fair." In October, Shatter wrote in an opinion that he believed he was impartial, but his impartiality might be said to be questioned because of the position of his former law partner. He declined to keep the case. Shatter was a stickler on the law and very protective of constitutional rights. We appealed, claiming there was insufficient basis for him to remove himself, but the Seventh Circuit judge refused to reverse his decision. Judge John F. Grady, a former federal prosecutor with a reputation for issuing tough sentences to criminal defendants, was assigned the case. Grady was a large man with a particularly big head and thick bushy hair with a lock that frequently dropped over his forehead. He had an imposing manner reinforced by a deep voice. Grady was known as a no-nonsense judge. At the first court date, he addressed the lawyers, "It will be a long, arduous trial. It will cause the reliving of events extremely painful to people in this community. Settling out of court would be an act of legal statesmanship." Grady recessed the case for 2 weeks to give the parties an opportunity to explore settlement options. I liked Grady's instinct to settle, but I knew the defendants weren't worried enough yet to offer real money. We'd have to change their prospects for the new trial. 48. Seize the time. Flint and Dennis, now returned from Attica, began our offensive by writing and filing a 15-page motion for sanctions against the FBI. Flint had chronicled each deceptive statement the defendants and their attorneys had made, providing dates on which the documents were produced that proved their withholding of evidence. He also listed every hour we had wasted in depositions and at trial questioning FBI witnesses while the documents we needed were deliberately concealed. Flint calculated these at 2,861 hours pre-trial and 1,871 hours at trial. Only Flint had the patience and persistence to prepare such a detailed compilation. It was necessary because Judge Fairchild had amended Swiggert's order to say sanctions might be issued rather than must be, and we had to convince Grady to punish the FBI for its obstruction in the first trial. Flint's motion asked for production of all FBI documents still withheld, default judgment against the FBI defendants, and an attorney's fee award to compensate for the unnecessary time it took to obtain materials that should have been produced early in discovery. We hoped to prevail on this motion and put the FBI in such a bad trial posture that they would have to settle. The next Sunday, I took the afternoon off from working on the Pontiac trial, now in its third month of jury selection, to meet with Flint and Dennis. We sat in the conference room, flipping the Bears game on and off at breaks. The city wasn't offering more than $50,000, and the FBI was saying it had no authority to indemnify the FBI defendants, who could pay only small amounts out of their pockets. "Sounds like settlement isn't going anywhere," I said. "It won't until we hold their feet to the fire," Dennis responded. "They think they can stall and play us off forever and still hang another jury. They haven't been taught their lesson yet. I think they should pay big time for their arrogance. $3 million sounds about right." That seemed like a lot. Not too long ago we were tossed out of court. "Let's go for it," Flint said. "If Grady gives us half a chance, we can really tighten the screws." His determined expression reinforced his words. "Let's see what they say after Groth has to give up a name for his supposed informant and after Grady rules on sanctions." I marveled at Flint's will. We all knew there was no easy way home. He was fully aware of the continued imbalance of resources and our empty bank account. But the lure of winning, of proving the conspiracy, trumped everything else. "Let's tell Montgomery to tell the defendants we're not interested in chump change," Dennis said. "Scheme on." On the next court date, Flint reported to Grady in chambers that the defendants had offered nothing and were not serious about settlement. The plaintiffs wanted answers to the 3 motions we filed. Grady, who was used to having his suggestions followed, wasn't happy, but he couldn't force the defendants to settle, not yet anyway. He set schedules for their responses. The defendants' attorneys answered our motion to add the FBI and John Mitchell, the estates of Hoover and Clyde Tolson, an associate director of the FBI who was also Hoover's lover and heir, and the heads of COINTELPRO, by arguing that the statute of limitations had run out and also that they were immune from prosecution. After lengthy briefs by both sides, Grady ruled in our favor. On August 4, 1981, he allowed us to join and charge as defendants in the conspiracy John Mitchell, Hoover's estate, Jerry's Leonard, and the D.C. heads of COINTELPRO, everyone we wanted with the exception of the FBI itself, which he ruled had sovereign immunity as a federal agency. Adding the new defendants opened the door to more discovery about COINTELPRO in D.C., at FBI headquarters. Strike one against the defendants, I thought. After lengthy briefing, and reading Flint's detailed compendium, Grady determined that sanctions against the FBI defendants were warranted. These included allowing us to put on evidence at the second trial that they had intentionally concealed evidence at the first trial, which the jury could construe to be evidence of their guilt. This ruling was devastating to the defendants on two fronts. It acknowledged a pattern of concealment by the defendants and their attorneys, which was greatly embarrassing to the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office, and it undermined their credibility in their denial of responsibility for the raid. The FBI's mantle, its arrogant assumption of propriety and good faith, would not be available at a second trial. Strike 2. The third avenue opened by the Seventh Circuit was Groth being forced to disclose a name for his supposed informant. Colin sought a sweeping protective order preventing us from following up with discovery after Groth disclosed the name of his informant. Colin asserted that further investigation would present great danger to the informant and his or her family. Grady entered the protective order temporarily. Meanwhile, our Pontiac jury, 9 out of 12 of whom were black, returned their verdict. I sat with 9 other lawyers and 10 men facing the death penalty as the clerk read the verdicts. Not guilty for Albert Jackson on murder count 1. Not guilty for Lawrence Talbert on murder count 1. And finally, 40 not guilty verdicts later, not guilty for Joseph Smith on murder count 1. The jury found all the defendants not guilty on every count. I looked at the relieved faces of the men on trial. Then there was jubilation, crying and hugs and thanks to the jury. The Pontiac brothers' families were ecstatic as well. From possible death to freedom, many of them were released that afternoon. We had a dinner celebration with most of the jurors present. I was still high from the Pontiac verdicts when Flint came to tell me Groth's answer to our simple interrogatory, "What is the name of your informant?" "They named Babatunde, just like we figured," Flint said. "Big surprise," I said, "naming the dead man we thought they would." "He can't deny it." "But I think we can," Flint said. "They're gonna have to come up with some corroboration. Grady is going to be suspicious that after all these years of claiming how dangerous it would be to disclose the informant, they're now claiming a dead person." Several days later we were in Judge Grady's plush, carpeted chambers. Flint and I had expected Groth to name Babatunde, but Grady was visibly shaken when Flint announced in the judge's chambers that the person Groth named had been dead for 10 years. Grady shook his head, and his big hands opened palms up in a gesture of, "What is this?" He was sitting at the end of his conference table with Flint and me on one side and Colin and Valene on the other. The impression I have had all along is that we have some live person there whose physical safety was allegedly in danger. Now, we have somebody who's been dead for 10 years, a very different picture than I have been given up until now, Grady said, shaking his head in disbelief. Colin was fidgeting in his chair, trying his best to look earnest. He begged the judge to extend the protective order until Babatunde's mother decided if she needed protection. Grady reluctantly agreed. It gave Colin time for one last effort. While the protective order remained in effect, Colin, together with uniformed Chicago police officer Michael Connealy, paid 2 visits to the home of Babatunde's mother, Teresa Morgan. From statements we obtained later from her, this is what happened. Colin told Mrs. Morgan that they were looking into the death of her son, which they claimed was part of a recently reopened investigation. He told her that Babatunde had given information to the police that provided the basis for the raid on Hampton's apartment in 1969, and this was about to be publicly announced. Mrs. Morgan later told us she was very upset and very suspicious. On his next visit, Colin told her that he had information that Panther Milton Boyd murdered her son because he was the informant who caused Fred Hampton's death. Colin concocted the story that Boyd had struck her son in the head, detonated explosives near him, and drove his car away. To convince her, Colin drove her past the spot where he said Babatunde had been murdered. Colin persuaded Mrs. Morgan to come to his office, where he introduced her to Sergeant Groth, whom he identified as the one who knows your son was an informer. After Groth left, Colin dictated a statement he showed to Babatunde's mother. In Colin's typed statement, Mrs. Morgan stated that her son was a police informant and that the Morgans felt their lives would be in danger if this was disclosed and they wanted police protection. Colin tried to persuade Mrs. Morgan and her remaining son to sign it by telling them that their lives were in danger from Hampton's friends. Theresa Morgan refused to sign Colin's document despite his threats and entreaties. Colin became angry and gave us cab fare to return home, she said. On his next appearance before Grady, again in chambers, Colin sought an extension of the protective order, claiming there had been an unexplained fire at Ms. Morgan's home sometime in the past. He sought to imply that the Morgans had already been victims of retaliation and thus needed protection. Grady was growing impatient. He told Colin, given the plaintiffs were proceeding on the theory that there was not an informant for Groth, Grady could not imagine how his family could be in danger. Grady continued addressing Colin, if there was any real danger to the relatives of a person who had been dead for several years, they would have felt the effects of it before now, and in a more palpable sense than an unexplained fire. He dissolved the previous protective order. But Grady was not done. He wanted to know how long Colin had known Groth would name a dead person, since Colin had represented to Judge Perry, to the Seventh Circuit, and to Judge Grady that disclosure would endanger the life of the informant as well as other persons. If Colin knew the informant was dead, his representations would have been false and made in bad faith. The noose around Colin's neck was tightening. He turned redder than usual. He cleared his throat before looking at the judge and answered, I had not been told by Groth who the informant was. I had been doing my own figuring it out. Colin should have stopped, but now he was nervous and talked too much. The reason I suspected him came from a statement Groth made on a deposition question that one of the meeting places, as I recollect, was a West Side elevated train. Colin claimed he connected Groth's meeting with his informant when he found out Morgan had worked as a conductor on the West Side L. As we left Grady's chambers, Flint said to me, I don't think Groth ever said anything about meeting his informant on a West Side EL. I think Colin made that up, I answered. We went back to the office, where Flint and I reviewed the transcripts from Groth's deposition. After an hour we finished scanning them. There was nothing there about meeting his informant at or near a West Side L. 2 weeks later, at his deposition, Groth claimed an implausible lack of memory about anything that could be verified with respect to Babatunda being his informant. The worse his memory got, the clearer it became that not only was Babatunda not his informant but that he never had one. Groth testified Testolid would be more accurate that he uncovered key information that the Panthers murdered Babatunda, but he could not substantiate or recall any of it. Significantly, he never reported his supposed information to the police or state's attorney. The final piece in the puzzle came to us a week after Groth's deposition. On August 20, 1982, Flint and Sherman Randall, an investigator who worked on the Pontiac case, went to visit Theresa Morgan. When Flint introduced himself as a lawyer for the survivors in the Hampton raid, she looked relieved. You know my son had nothing to do with that, don't you, she said. Those men tried to get me to say he was an informant and the Panthers killed him. There was no reason he would have been helping the police kill those boys. Do you mind if we tape what you say? Flint asked. Not a bit, she said, and continued talking about Colin's visit. He never identified himself as a lawyer for Groth and Hanrahan. He acted like he was doing an investigation with the police. He took me to his office to sign a statement he wrote up. I refused to sign because it wasn't true and because my son wasn't here to talk for himself. That lawyer was trying to fool us. Throughout her taped statement, Theresa Morgan made it clear she did not believe her son had ever been an informant and resented Colin's assertion that he was. When Flint returned to PLO, he came into my office and played the tape of Theresa Morgan's interview. That's a new low, even for Colin, I said, telling Mrs. Morgan that her son was an informant and had been murdered. He has no shame. Well, we got him this time, a smiling Flint said, holding up the tape. Flint amended our complaint to include the facts of Groth and Collins' 10-year deception of the courts with a false claim of privilege, and how, when that was about to be exposed, Collins had attempted to mislead and frighten a witness into signing an untrue statement to cover their fraud and perjury. A few days after we filed the amended complaint with these allegations, Collins resigned. The newspapers reported that the county fired him. Strike 3. We were on a winning streak, having greatly bettered our position for the next trial. On the other hand, we still had no money and a case that would likely polarize a jury, making it difficult for a unanimous verdict. Our post-trial interviews showed that only one juror besides Florence Smith wanted to assess damages against the police. There was the additional reality of our clients, who had been waiting 13 years and had received no compensation for their injuries and losses. Many of them would not turn down real money if it were offered. Montgomery had noted our success and had become quite solicitous of our work, complimenting Flint regularly with "nice job" each time Judge Grady ruled in our favor. But Montgomery also said that despite the improved position we were in legally, his clients wanted to settle, and he was duty-bound to try to get the defendants to offer money. Flint, Dennis, and I, together with the rest of PLO, called a meeting to weigh our position, much improved due to the recent successes. There is a point in civil litigation, after you have obtained an advantage strategically, when you must decide whether to cash in or roll the dice and try for the most at trial. "I'm more than willing to keep going," Flint said as we sat around our conference table. "I really want to take John Mitchell's deposition and find out what he and the White House knew about COINTELPRO. I want to take it all the way to the top, too," I responded. "But when John Mitchell and the other defendants get new lawyers, they could delay the case for months, probably years. They'll claim the right to read the trial transcript and the thousands of pages of deposition testimony to get up to speed." "Montgomery has been talking to the other side," Dennis said. "He says we'll be lucky to get $2 million. He's gonna make a deal no matter what we say. I think they should pay us $3 million if they don't want to go to trial. If we do settle, a third should come from the FBI no matter what claim about agents not being indemnified," I said. "They can find a way, even if they have to pass legislation." Dan Webb, the U.S. Attorney, would also like to settle this case and remove the taint of cover-up from his office, Flint added. "For so long it seemed our clients would never collect anything. But when I thought about the depth of the FBI conspiracy, Fred and Mark's deaths, the bullet wounds, and the thousands of hours we had put in, Dennis's number was no longer unrealistic. And of course it didn't really pay for the killing of Fred and Mark. Nothing would. I had been running the prospect of settlement by our clients. Doc is as loyal as ever and Fannie Clark is also," I reported. "They will go with whatever we propose. I thought Harold and Blair would also, and Trulock was always broke, so he'd probably support a settlement. I think our clients would be pleased with a substantial settlement," I continued. "We can't begrudge them that. And it wouldn't hurt for us to get paid for the last 13 years, either. We can't finance the case forever. Can you live with a settlement, Flint?" There was silence in the room. Flint didn't want to stop fighting, maybe didn't know how. He could go on forever. He shrugged, "If that's what people want, but I'm gonna keep pushing until a deal is signed." Before our next court date in Chambers, we went into a small conference room and discussed with Montgomery what we wanted. He said the defendants were now thinking in terms of serious money. "We want to get $3 million for all of us," I said. "I would like to get that too, but my clients want to settle," he told us emphatically. "Colin and I have already discussed $2 million, and it's likely to work. I'm going to tell Grady we're in serious negotiations." I had a mixed reaction. He wasn't demanding the $3 million we wanted, but $2 million still seemed like a hefty settlement. It was 3 times what the plaintiffs in the Kent State shootings settled for and would be one of the highest settlements in civil rights history. There was a difference between what we wanted and seeing real money on the table. The 2 million looked better than anything we had imagined months before. It would be enough to make people understand we'd won, but we agreed that it wasn't what the plaintiffs deserved or what we wanted. We would have to run it by our clients. We had always told them it would be their decision. In chambers, Montgomery indicated that the two sides were making progress toward a settlement. We didn't contradict him. Robert Grunberg was representing the FBI defendants, and with the certainty of sanctions being leveled against his clients at the next trial, he no longer dismissed our demand that the FBI put up 1/3 of the settlement. Grady hinted again that the sanctions he would invoke for their malfeasance at the first trial would be severe. Valini and Witkowski said the city and county would only pay if the feds paid their 1/3. Any settlement will have to include money from the FBI, Flint said. Grunberg said he would do his best to get authorization for the FBI to pay its share. How much are we talking about? Grady asked. 2 million for all the plaintiffs is what we have been discussing, Montgomery said. Grady nodded as if he thought that might be an appropriate figure. Flint and I didn't object. I don't know what Montgomery's been told, but my clients haven't agreed to pay 1/3 of that figure, Valina said, playing hardball to the end. But now he was bluffing. There was political pressure on the city from the black community to settle. Our clients haven't approved any settlement either, I pitched in. We need time to discuss it. Well, I'm going to have all of you consult with your clients and then come back to see where we are. My position is clear, Grady said, looking at the defense lawyers. This case should be settled. If I have to bring your superiors, the decision makers, in here to do it, I will. It sounds pretty good to me, Doc said when I called and told him we were negotiating in the range of $2 million. How much will each one of us get? We haven't done all the numbers yet, but you will get more because of your injuries, around $150,000 after our fees and costs. And we're trying to get Fannie Clark at least $200,000. Who's gonna pay? He asked. All of them, I said, the city, county, and feds. Is some of it coming out of Hanrahan's pocket? Unfortunately, no. The county will pay his bill. None of the defendants have to pay themselves. It's a drag, but at least we'll get paid. It don't seem right that the people who shot us pay nothing. It always pisses off victims of the police to learn that taxpayers foot the bill. It isn't right, I said. But the police contract requires they be indemnified. I wish we were getting money from them too. It might deter them next time. Sounds okay, I guess. Not a totally enthusiastic endorsement of our 12 years of work. Then Doc added, I know you guys did your best, and what you did was incredible. If the others say okay, it's okay with me. As I hung up, I realized it might actually be over soon. I felt strangely ambivalent. We were about to win, or at least settle. We had presented enough proof of the conspiracy and the murders to force them to pay damages. But none of the perpetrators had to pay themselves. None of them had been convicted. Not even Carmody, who we believed shot Fred and who admitted dragging his body out for all to see. Not Hanrahan for endorsing Fred's murder, not the FBI for plotting the whole thing. The negotiations went on for several weeks. On July 25, 1982, the Sun-Times headlined a story, After 12 Years, Panther Suit Nearing Settlement. Inside, the story stated unidentified sources claimed the negotiations were positive and that all lawyers were to submit their claims for fees at the next August court date. Both sides had in fact been weighing the same number, $1.85 million. But when we submitted our claims for fees, we hit a snag. Montgomery wanted 45% of his clients' 1/2 of the settlement. We would presumably get the 1/3 share of our clients' settlement money, based on the agreement we had signed with all the plaintiffs at the beginning of the case. Flint calculated that we had done more than 90% of the work, and put in over 90% of the time. We didn't think Montgomery should get 2/3 of the legal fees. Grady brought all of us together in chambers on October 6. I understand the plaintiffs and defendants have agreed to settle for $1.85 million with one-third coming from the city, one-third from the county, and one-third from the federal government, Grady announced. It seemed simple, anticlimactic. The money would mean a lot to our clients, but did it make up for what had been done and the decades spent uncovering it? However, once settlement negotiations begin, they have their own momentum. We weren't going to stop now. We have a fee dispute with Mr. Montgomery, but we don't believe that should hold up the settlement, I told Judge Grady. Have you prepared a document reflecting the settlement? Grady asked. Montgomery had brought 3 copies of the settlement agreement setting forth the terms. I have it here, he said. Grady looked at it hurriedly and then passed it around the table for each of the lawyers to sign. Flint, Dennis, and I looked at each other. Last chance to bail out, I thought. But we signed the paper as it passed our side of the table, and Montgomery signed it as well. We'll need your client's signatures on releases, Grady said, standing up. As soon as you get them, bring them to my clerk. I'll enter an order dismissing the case. News of our impending settlement, and the amount, reached the press a few weeks later from an undisclosed Justice Department source. $1.85 million accord reached in 1969 Black Panther case, the Los Angeles Times reported on October 24, 1982. At the same time, the county board was about to vote to approve the settlement. Pay and move on, was the official position. On Sunday, November 14, the New York Times did a follow-up article on the settlement. Bill, Fred's brother, was quoted, "At times when we had to go to court almost daily it seemed that we should just give up. But we in the family knew we were right, that the police were wrong, so we kept praying and kept fighting." Flint commented in the article, "The case may be almost over in the legal sense, but it will live on as a reminder to people of how far the government can and will go to suppress those whose philosophies it does not like." Assistant U.S. Attorney Grunberg denied that the settlement was an admission of responsibility and said it was intended to avoid another costly trial. This is what the government says when it settles, regardless of the size of the payout. Hanrahan refused to comment. Still, it was not over. Nothing came easy. Montgomery's clients refused to sign the releases. He claimed they objected to us getting paid for the time we put in for them, but we couldn't check this out because his new retainer gave him the exclusive power to negotiate with us. On November 24 we appeared in Grady's chambers. Bob Grunberg, who had worked to get the FBI to come up with its part of the settlement, warned Grady that he was worried the federal government might renege and withdraw its offer. Grady was riled. He did not want the deal to collapse. He looked at Montgomery, and in the sternest tone he could muster said, "There is no one who can predict what might happen here, and it seems very plain to me that these plaintiffs, Montgomery's clients, are making a mistake by not signing these releases." On December 2, Dennis, Flint, and I sent a memo to Montgomery's clients, the Hamptons, Deborah Johnson, Verlina Brewer, and Brenda Harris. "We firmly believe that PLO is legally, morally, and in every other way entitled to be fairly paid for the work we did for our former clients both before and after we represented you directly, and that it would be morally and legally wrong for Jim Montgomery to receive 45% of half of the settlement fund while we are left with one-third of the other half." We attached a breakdown of the hours of pretrial, trial, and appeal. PLO attorneys expended 37,000 hours and Montgomery slightly fewer than 4,000. The breakdown stated, "The record shows that we did at least 9/10 of the work on the case as a whole. We feel that we should receive at least 3/4 of the combined lawyers' share." Our memo also said the settlement should include reimbursement to the organizations that had paid expenses: the Center for Constitutional Rights, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, the National Jury Project, and the NAACP, as well as James Carter, whose firm of black court reporters we owed $9,000, and, finally, Robert Zimmers, for the remainder of his expert fee. December 4 is almost here again, and we shouldn't let it pass with the entire settlement, and everything it means to all of us for the past and future, still hanging fire, our memo concluded. 2 months later, on February 28, Grady called. He had the signed releases. We could pick up the settlement order. Later that day, almost 13 years after we filed our suit, Dennis, Flint, and I stood in front of the news cameras at our office and read our press release. We gave credit for the settlement to the Court of Appeals, the work done before Judge Grady, and the continuing community concern particularly among black people. We ended, it is entirely appropriate that the legal portion of this case has been concluded during Black History Month, for the murders of Hampton and Clark by the agents of three governments is a most significant event not only in black history but also in the history of the city and in history as recorded by all people of conscience. We intend to continue to keep the memory and meaning of December 4th alive, so that it will be more difficult for government officials to conspire to murder two black leaders and to destroy the movement, which they led. Flint Taylor. Jeffrey Haas. Dennis Cunningham. Epilogue. It's Mother's Day weekend 2005 in Haynesville, Louisiana. Iberia and Francis have asked me to come for their annual family reunion. They want me to see where they grew up, where Fred spent his summers when he was young, where he is now buried. I arrive at the family home on Saturday morning. It is a simple wooden, one-story house with wood panels and linoleum floors. Outside is a huge oak tree, which gives us shade on this hot, humid day. We sit on folding chairs, sipping lemonade. On the dirt road in front of us, Tennessee walking horses are parading up and down in 2s and 3s. Suddenly they break into the elaborate prance that they are known for. Bits of dirt flash about their hooves. Iberia's nephew, who still lives on the family compound, hosts a horse show with Tennessee walkers every year. Family members and friends who left Louisiana come back with their horses in trailers and compete in a horse ring around the bend in the road from Iberia's house. Before the show, the riders are putting the horses through their paces. Things are a lot different now from when Iberia and I grew up, Iberia's sister Marie tells me. She shakes from an advanced case of MS. Black kids ride the school bus now, and there's one school for everyone. It isn't like when Iberia and I grew up. We had to walk the 5 miles into school on Sunday night and stay with an aunt until after school on Friday, she said. And coming home, the white kids on the school bus would throw mud at us and call us names. She still carries the hurt. Her story reminds me of watching my classmates in Atlanta yell nigger at the black kids going to the symphony. Even though most everybody left the country, our family kept this place here. I still come on weekends from Baton Rouge, Marie said. Fred's cousin, Charles White, comes up to us. Apparently he's heard that one of Fred's lawyers is here. I'm not hard to find, being the only white person among the scores of black families celebrating. So you were one of our family's lawyers, he asks. For a long time, I say. It took us 13 years to prove they murdered Fred. Fred and me did most everything together when he came down here. We stood on our heads in the shallow end of the lake and we rode horses. I sure hated it when he got killed. I was gonna move to Chicago to be with him. He paused. But I've done all right staying here. Got jobs mostly working on oil rigs, and I love the horses. I wasn't cut out for city life. Francis is fanning himself with a paper plate and tells me a story of his grandfather. Uncle Wiley, that's what they called my grandfather, heard the Klan was coming after him one night, Francis said. Nobody messed with Uncle Wiley. He told my father and his brother to get behind the house and shoot at anything white that moves. Uncle Wiley sat in a chair inside the front door with his double-barreled shotgun in his lap. When them Klan boys came up on the front porch, Uncle Wiley opened the front door and faced them with his shotgun. They took off running so fast and made such a commotion that Uncle Wiley's son, my uncle, shot one of them white-faced cows running away. We both laughed. I could see Francis recounting that story to Fred as a boy with the same chuckle. Fred had a lot of Uncle Wiley in him, Francis says. I look at the etched lines on the faces of Iberia and Francis. I can see 50 years of Chicago winters, working in the industrial plant at corn products, raising a family, teaching their children to stand up for what they believed, and then having a son shot down by Chicago police. Despite everything, they are still at home in Louisiana. Every year on the Saturday before Mother's Day, Iberia's family visits Fred's grave. This is my first time joining them. It's hot and I'm already sweating at 11 a.m. when I step into the Hampton car. We join the caravan heading for the cemetery in the country. The graveyard is near the church, long since destroyed by fire. The church was where Iberia and Francis first met at Sunday services. Fred's grave, like the others around it, is set in a clearing with a grove of pine trees behind, much like the landscape around the Georgia farm where I grew up. I squint from the sun as Iberia and I approach the tombstone. It has several pock marks. Some people came and fired shots to deface the tombstone the year after we buried him, Iberia said. People down here heard about Fred. A group of Panthers came down for the burial and stood around guarding his body in the church. The sheriff almost went crazy, arming his deputies and surrounding the church, but there was no trouble. Fred's granite tombstone had a pair of outstretched hands, palms upward. On it are carved the words, Fred said, "If I were free, what would I spend my life doing?" I don't know where the quote came from. I walk a short distance away, leaving Iberia to stand there silently facing the tombstone, and watch her put down the fresh flowers she brought. Someone brings her a chair, and she sits down looking straight ahead at the tombstone, chin resting on her hands. It is 22 years since Flint, Dennis, and I announced the settlement. The case did not end with our press release. It took 3 more years to resolve our fee dispute with Montgomery. Eventually, Judge Grady ruled our way. The plaintiffs shared 2/3 of the $1.85 million. Our office got paid some $450,000, less than $15 per hour for the over 300,000 hours we put in. Still, it was a lot of money for us back in 1986, and it kept the People's Law Office going. By the end, all the plaintiffs including Montgomery's clients understood who earned them the settlement. Mrs. Clark told us when she came to get her check, "My family and I will never forget the work you did. You won, and you showed the world that Mark was trying to do something to make things better." Doc kept in regular contact, even after he moved from Chicago. In 2004, I interviewed Brenda Harris in a West Side apartment. Her afro was showing a bit of gray, and her youthful face was drawn, but her voice was as soft as ever, and her slight, fragile appearance reminded me of her nickname, China Doll. She's now a Muslim and a nationalist. Life has not been easy for Brenda, who left college at the University of Illinois to join the Panthers. There were so many people who joined so quickly. We had no way to check them out, she said over the sound of a space heater churning along to keep us warm. We talked so much about guns, and most people didn't know how to use them. We didn't have enough classes in Black history or a clear idea about the role of women. How were women treated? Some of the brothers hit on us. But not Fred, he wouldn't allow women being put down, and he gave women a lot of responsibility. He understood we did a lot of the work. What happened after he was killed? I asked. After he was killed, the party floundered. We lacked leadership. A lot of people were scared after the raid. I left in October. Did your injuries heal? My fingers are still stiff from the bullets. I never played the violin again. Deborah Johnson, who now goes by Acua Injury, worked as a paralegal at PLO in the late 1980s and worked with us to organize the 20th anniversary commemoration of Fred's death. After the ceremony late at night on December 4, 1989, many of us went from the event to 2337 West Monroe, by then a boarded up and dilapidated building. It was not planned, but Dennis, Flint, and I pried open the back door and 20 or so of us went inside. It was pitch black. We took everyone on an eerie tour with flashlights. "This is where Fred died," Dennis said, standing in the bare dining room, repeating what Skip had said on that spot 20 years earlier in front of Mike Gray's camera. Iberia, Francis, and Bill Hampton were honored guests at PLO's 20th and 30th anniversary celebrations and received standing ovations both times. PLO and the entire progressive community in Chicago have paid tribute to Fred Hampton's brief but indelible impact as well as his family's loss. Jim Montgomery's professional reputation continued to grow after the case. Mayor Harold Washington picked him as Chicago's corporation counsel. Several years ago, Jim and I participated in a trial practice seminar at the University of Chicago Law School. His hair was gray and there were more wrinkles, but he still had that broad smile. "How are you, and how is good old Flint?" he asked, his deep, baritone voice bringing back the days in Perry's courtroom. "You guys are still fighting the good fight, I hear," he said amicably. "Flint's fine," I said. "It's been a long time, but it's good to see you." I meant it. His cordiality made me forget the fee dispute and the arguments. We talked about cases, Chicago's political situation, Harold Washington's death, and the trial seminar as though there had never been a rift. Montgomery later affiliated with Johnny Cochran and returned to representing civil rights plaintiffs. Shortly after his reversal by the Seventh Circuit, Judge Perry and his cohort Judge Julius Hoffman were prohibited from taking complex cases and those requiring more than 5 trial days. Perry retired in 1983 at the age of 87 and died the following February. Edward Hanrahan never publicly accepted the settlement. On the day we gave our press statement, he responded by saying the Panthers were rewarded for their law-breaking and irresponsible charges, and he said the settlement shielded the FBI's deception of the federal grand jury, the state's attorney's office, and the public. Hanrahan remained bitter at the FBI as well as the Panthers and us and disappeared from the public scene in Chicago. In ensuing years, Flint and I occasionally saw him standing hunched over with a briefcase in the Dirksen Federal Building elevator on his way to the Federal Law Library, a dreary relic of the person he had been in 1969. We always recognized each other, but Flint and I never could bring ourselves to say hello. Nor could he. His 1972 prediction, "Monroe Street will be my obituary," turned out to be accurate, at least politically. In early 2009, I attempted to interview Hanrahan, but he did not respond to my call. 5 months later, on June 9, he died at age 88. His obituaries focused on his role in the Hampton raid and cover-up and the fatal toll these took on his political career. In the late 1980s, William O'Neill agreed to be interviewed on camera for the PBS Eyes on the Prize television series documenting the civil rights movement. In the documentary he describes arriving at the Panther office with Bobby Rush on the morning of December 4, after the raid. "We both were speechless. We just walked through the house and saw where what had taken place and where he'd died, and it was shocking. And then I just began to realize that the information that I had supplied leading up to that moment had facilitated that raid. I knew that, indirectly, I had contributed, and I felt it, and I felt bad about it. And then I got mad. I had. And then I had to conceal those feelings, which made it worse. I couldn't say anything, I just had to continue to play the role." Years after the trial and not under oath, O'Neill finally acknowledged his responsibility for the raid. Shortly thereafter, on January 17, 1990, he ran in front of an oncoming car at 2 a.m. on the Eisenhower Expressway on Chicago's west side. When I read the short column in the newspaper describing his death, I felt no joy and no sadness, only the recognition that even O'Neill must have had a conscience. Iberia is still sitting at Fred's grave and someone announces, "It's time for lunch." I get back in Francis's car and we head to Iberia's house. My plate isn't big enough to get all the chicken, cornbread, greens, and catfish I want, but Francis follows me to the table with a smaller plate containing the macaroni and cheese and candied sweet potatoes I'd passed up. Fred would like it here, too, Iberia says after she sits down with us. But he wouldn't have been content. He had to be doing something for someone else. He could never sit still. He was never happy if someone else was being mistreated, Francis adds. That's why he wanted to be a lawyer. But he couldn't wait. The 60s were a hard time to wait, I say. It seemed like the world was exploding. There was no sitting on the sidelines. Not everyone paid the price Fred did, Iberia says. She was right. Bobby Rush is now a fourth-term U.S. congressman. Rush never disavowed his membership in the Panthers or his admiration for Fred. He was the first to proclaim that the FBI and federal government murdered Fred. Others who had protested Fred's murder had also risen to prominence. Danny Davis, an alderman when he decried Fred's murder, is now in the U.S. Congress. Harold Washington, who was a state senator when he loudly and persistently demanded an independent investigation of Fred's death, became mayor of Chicago in 1983. In fact, it was the coalition of blacks and progressive whites and Latinos that came together to protest Fred's murder and to unseat Hanrahan that later coalesced into the force that elected Washington as Chicago's first black mayor. But another legacy of Fred's death was that Chicago's West Side deteriorated further into a haven for drugs and gangs. Fred was an inspirational leader with the ability to reach street kids and get them involved in supporting and building their communities, not preying on them. I didn't want to explore the diverse legacies of Fred's assassination with Iberia. She was still bitter. We should own City Hall for what they did to my son, she blurted out at one point. On Sunday morning at a communal breakfast, I am welcomed. I say goodbye to Francis, Iberia, and her family, and they invite me back for next year. Maggie and I separated in 1983. By the time we realized our relationship had become a routine focused on the kids, it was too late to reclaim. Moving out and away from living with Roger and Andrew was the most wrenching experience of my life. But we continued to share the parenting, and I discovered there is life after divorce. In 1988, Mariel Nancy, a law student from Denver, came to work at PLO. I first noticed her when she propped her red, calf-length boots on my desk and asked me why I thought law would change things. We made a date to discuss this and ended up starting a relationship. We're still discussing her question. My work and my love life have always been intertwined. We now have 2 children and have been married almost 20 years. And yes, we are still very much in love. In 1989, Flint and I, together with John Stainthorpe, who had worked on Attica and joined the office in 1980, were on trial once again in the Dirksen Federal Building. The 3 of us had just won a large civil rights verdict, and with the proceeds of our attorney's fees we bought the building where PLO is presently located on Milwaukee Avenue at Division and Ashland. Janine Hoft, Stan Willis, Michael Deutsch, and Jan Sisler were now partners, and Erica Thompson would be shortly. We were suing John Burge, a Chicago police commander who tortured black suspects using electroshock and dry submarino, a technique similar to waterboarding, in which a plastic bag is placed over the victim's head to prevent breathing until the victim loses consciousness. Many of Burge's victims spent the best parts of their lives on death row because of the false confessions he and his cohorts extracted. After 12 years and 2 lengthy trials with another hostile, racist judge, who held both Flint and I in contempt and who maneuvered a verdict for Burge, we obtained a reversal in the 7th Circuit and eventually got a summary judgment from a judge similar to Grady and a settlement of $19.8 million. Again, it was a very lengthy, hard-earned legal victory against publicly funded attorneys. The exposures and our organizing to publicize them eventually led to Burge getting fired. Many people on death row had their convictions reversed, and our lawsuit played a large role in Governor Ryan's pardoning or commuting to life everyone on Illinois death row in January 2003. Flint and PLO continued seeking compensation for Burge's victims and in 2008 announced a $19.8 million settlement for some of them. In October 2008, Burge was indicted for the federal crimes of perjury and obstructing justice. A jury found him guilty on June 28, 2010. I now live in New Mexico, having left Chicago in 2001. Leaving was not easy. I spent the major part of my adult life there. It's still my city. But life in the shadow of Taos Mountain was different, spectacularly beautiful, muse to lofty thought. Yet the beauty here also makes me remember the cold gray of Chicago, the L train rumbling close to the apartments where I lived, and driving down Lakeshore Drive looking up at the skyscrapers and catching glimpses of the gray-green lake with white caps on my way to the Loop. Half my years in New Mexico have been spent writing about Fred Hampton. My memory of him and our pursuit of his killers remain the defining points of my life. Some of us are born with courage. Others, like me, need models to help us stand up. I would like to think I picked up some of Fred's daring, determination, and commitment, as many others did. After Mariel and I moved to Taos, we learned that former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld had several estates here and frequently visited. She and I, with help from local activists, formed the Action Coalition of Taos, ACT. We organized a march and demonstration of 3,000 people, the largest in northern New Mexico history, to protest the Iraq War. We chanted and marched to Rumsfeld's house. There, at 60 years old, I stood precariously perched on his fence post, my ankles held by friends. Self-conscious after all these years, I wondered what I was doing there. Then I flashed back to Fred speaking out at the church and remembered his words, "If you don't struggle, you don't deserve to win." Re-energized, I declared Rumsfeld a war criminal for waging aggressive war, the same crime we prosecuted and executed Nazis for at Nuremberg. The crowd repeated, "Rumsfeld's a war criminal." A charge that has been repeated often since. It is the moment I am most proud of in Taos. Like others who heard Malcolm X, Dr. King, and Fred Hampton speak in the 1960s, I learned that fighting injustice and inequality is the struggle of our lives, and perseverance in this struggle is what makes our lives valuable. In 2006, the black aldermen and alderwomen on Chicago's City Council introduced a resolution to name the block of Monroe Street where the raid occurred Fred Hampton Way. The proposal was about to be approved when the Fraternal Order of Police objected. A bitter fight ensued between black and white aldermen, and the resolution was defeated. Mayor Richard M. Daley refused to take a position. The conflict in City Council demonstrated how strongly Chicagoans are still divided over the killing of Fred Hampton. By contrast, the suburb of Maywood has continued to operate the Fred Hampton Memorial Pool for more than 35 years. In 2007, a bronze statue of Fred was unveiled outside its gates in a ceremony presided over by local officials. Many of the people who knew Fred and protested his murder back in 1969 were present and spoke. Flint was one of them. "I'm glad the pool and his statue are in Maywood. This is where Fred lived," Iberia told me when I visited her in 2008. Francis had just passed away. I didn't want the place where Fred was killed named after him, anyway. It made me sad. It was also sad visiting the Hampton home without Francis there, even though the collard greens, sweet potatoes, and cornbread were as good as ever. Fred's son came by the other day, Iberia told me, thankful, but regretting that she and Francis had had little contact with their grandson in the past 10 years. Recently, Fred Hampton Jr. has been working closely with Aaron Patterson, one of Burge's torture victims, and speaking out against the still unpunished torture by Chicago police. He is chairman of the Prisoners of Conscience Committee, in which his mother, Acua, is also active. "Are you going down to Haynesville for Mother's Day this year?" I asked Iberia. "I'm gonna try," she said. I knew she'd make it. A few minutes later, I stood up to leave. We hugged, and I started toward the door, but there was a question I had to ask her. "After all these years, what do you think our lawsuit proved?" Without hesitation, Iberia replied, "They got away with murder." Acknowledgements. To those who worked to uncover the assassination. Although this book describes events from my perspective, I want to make it clear that the People's Law Office and I never acted alone. We always had help. The list of individuals who actively worked to help expose and condemn the murders of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark includes other lawyers, students, community activists, reporters, filmmakers, elected officials, and many ordinary citizens. Within a few hours of the raid, PLO lawyers, law students, and several volunteers began gathering, tabulating, and securing evidence. Reynold Robinson, leader of the Afro-American Patrolmen's League, went to the scene, examined the bullet holes resulting from shots coming into the apartment, and quickly condemned the raid as a police murder. After seeing the bullet holes in the apartment walls and hearing the survivors' descriptions of the raid as a military-style surprise attack, Bobby Rush, Fred Hampton's co-leader of the Panthers, declared to the public and press that the FBI and its director, J. Edgar Hoover, were responsible. It took the next 13 years and the sustained efforts of hundreds of dedicated people to fight against the deliberate cover-up by the Chicago police, Hanrahan's office, and the FBI and finally prove the conspiracy accusations correct. The Chicago Panthers and the 7 survivors of the raid, Doc Satchel, Harold Bell, Brenda Harris, Verlina Brewer, Bill Hampton, Acua Engery, Louis Trulock, and Blair Anderson, kept the issue in the public spotlight. I also want to clearly recognize that the unnamed thousands from the black community as well as many white people of conscience who stood in line to view the murder scene, who walked solemnly past Fred Hampton's casket, who attended his memorial service, or who voted to defeat and oust Hanrahan in the next election, played critical roles. Attorneys Eugene Pinchame, Sam Adams, Kermit Coleman, and Warren and Joanne Wolfson were our early mentors and helped us represent the Panthers after the raid. Jim Montgomery taught us about trial technique and devoted huge chunks of his time and practice to vindicating the rights of the victims of the December 4th raid. Herbert Reed of the NAACP and Howard Law School came to Chicago and assisted us through the long trial. Arthur Kinoe, Bill Bender, and Morty Stavis of the Center for Constitutional Rights and Rutgers Law School helped us to shape our complaint, answer numerous motions to dismiss, and ultimately keep our litigation alive. Many other lawyers and legal groups gave us substantial help and support along the way, including James Myerson and Nathaniel Jones of the NAACP, Tom Garrotti and Jonathan Hyman of the Northwestern Legal Clinic, Jay Schulman from the National Jury Project and Diane Rappaport, Sarah Vanderwicken and Liza Lawrence, who assisted Schulman with our jury selection in Chicago, Larry Kennan and the Cook County Bar Association, Susan Rutberg, Sybil Fritsch and Nancy Preston of the Lawyers Committee. For Civil Rights, the Chicago Council of Lawyers, the National Lawyers Guild, and attorneys Stephen Seeliger, David Thomas, Barry Spivak, and Kenneth Tilson, who helped on the appellate briefs. Fred Hampton's life and the raid that ended it were captured for all time in the film footage by Mike Gray and the Film Group. It is dramatically incorporated in their subsequent documentary film, The Murder of Fred Hampton, directed and edited by Howard Alk. Norris McNamara took photos of the raided apartment for the defense. A group of local and national reporters refused to accept the police's version of the event. They delved deeper and played a critical role in informing the public about what actually happened. The Chicago reporters were Chris Chandler, Brian Boyer, Lou Palmer, Rob Warden, Tom Dolan, Betty Washington, Hank DeSutter, Lillian Calhoun, Bob McClory, Dennis Fisher, and Ron Dorfman. They were joined by John Kiffner and Nathaniel Shepard of the New York Times, Francis Ward of the Los Angeles Times, and Salim Muwakkil of In These Times. The December 4th committee, which was often headed by Acua Engery, previously named Deborah Johnson, Fred Hampton's fiancée, was made up of raid survivors Doc Satchel, Harold Bell, Brenda Harris, and Verlina Brewer, and community activists Prexy Nesbitt and David Saxner. They kept the public and media informed about the trial, brought people to court, and held fundraisers for legal costs. Public figures who spoke out loudly to condemn the raid included then State Representative Harold Washington and then Alderman Danny Davis, former Congressman Abner Mikva, former Alderman Leon Dupree, former Supreme Court Justice Arthur Goldberg, former Attorney General Ramsey Clark, former NAACP Executive Director Roy Wilkins, and Reverend Jesse Jackson. The list is longer than I can include here, but also includes Reverend Tom Streeter and the Maywood Town Council, Howard Saffold, Attorney Tom Todd, and Mary Powers. Dick Gregory and former Black Panther Party leader Elaine Brown also protested Hampton's assassination to a national audience. Two people who did their jobs with integrity rather than joining the government cover-up were Assistant U.S. Attorney Sheldon Waxman, who turned over the FBI's floor plan in spite of his implicit instructions to keep the organization's role in the raid hidden, and Robert Zimmers, the FBI firearms expert, who proved the falsity of the police's version of the raid by accurately connecting the bullet holes, bullet fragments, and shell casings to police weapons. He also exposed that the Chicago Crime Lab deliberately falsified their findings to fit the police's story. Herbert McDonnell and Eleanor Berman were also experts who acted with honor. I want to acknowledge the courage and legal acumen of Judge Luther Swigert, who took the time to carefully and thoroughly read the massive record, analyze the compelling evidence of government conspiracy and cover-up, and write a careful, incisive opinion on the facts and the law. The decision was implemented by Judge John F. Grady, who likewise recognized the strength of our evidence and was willing to impose sanctions against the defendants for their efforts to obstruct its production. Their tenacity in upholding the basic principles of civil rights and constitutional law must be contrasted with that of Appellate Judge Wilbur Pell. He dismissed our claims and our proof as unbridled, denigrating attacks on public officials, while he acknowledged he never read the record. He also never divulged that he had been an FBI agent, which would have allowed us to get him dismissed from ruling on the appeal. Of course, I must recognize my partners, comrades, and fellow workers at the People's Law Office, who had the vision and perseverance to pursue the case legally and in the public forum for so many years and against tremendous odds. To skip Andrew, who had the presence of mind to go to the scene within minutes of the police's departure and film the gathering of physical evidence the police left behind. To Dennis Cunningham, who provided the vision and political will to pursue the case to its end. To the many PLOers who worked on the case over the years, they are too numerous to name, but especially to then law students Seva Diobauer, Jack Welch, and Ray McLean, who helped gather evidence, and to my law partner Donald Stang and attorney Mark Kadish, who assisted the criminal defense of the survivors. To Nancy Dempsey, Mary Frank, Victory Kadish, and Reverend Jim Reed, who also went to the scene early and helped collect evidence. An especially big thanks to Peter Schmidl and Holly Hill, who devoted 2 years to our trial preparation, to Charles Hoffman, John Moore, and Michael Deutsch, who, with help from Mara Siegel and Ralph Hurwitz, worked assiduously to prepare the many trial briefs and appellate pleadings, and to Linda Turner, who typed them all. And of my brilliant and irrepressible partner Flint Taylor I am proud to express the highest praise and respect. His steadfast pursuit of the truth was the engine that kept the litigation going until we prevailed. Finally, to Pat Handlin and Maggie Roche, Flint's and my respective partners, who not only put up with us during this long episode but also supported and encouraged us. There is something else I must say. In many ways the whole is greater than the parts. PLO has stood up to confront and expose government illegality and atrocities for 40 years. The inspiration for us, like for many others, came from the Vietnamese liberation and other anti-colonial struggles, from the black struggles for equality and power of the 60s, and from women's challenge to patriarchy. Much has been written about the supposed excesses of that period, and most of it has been exaggerated and even manufactured in an attempt to return to the good old days of unbridled colonialism, explicit segregation, and accepted patriarchy. There were some mistakes, and I have included my criticisms of our actions and myopia. But for many of my comrades at PLO and elsewhere around the nation and me, it is the light, energy, and fervor of those times, so well articulated and symbolized by the short but inspiring life of Fred Hampton, that has driven our lives and commanded us to pursue justice. To those who helped me write the story. While writing is a lonely pursuit, I have benefited from the input, ideas, criticism, encouragement, and support of many writers and friends, all of whom made this book possible. Kira Jones, Summer Woods, Allegra Houston, and Henry Bauer read my first efforts at telling this story and encouraged me to continue writing. Bill Ayers and Bernardine Dorn convinced me that this book had to be written and that I should take the time to do it. My Bennington College MFA program mentors were critical in helping me interweave my own story with the historical events I witnessed. My writing circle in Taos kept me going with directed criticism and strong support. This group included Connie Josephs, Veronica Golos, Helen Reineski, and Monique Parker. I owe a special thanks to my friend, writer David Porres. He has been my main editor, collaborator, and critic. When the manuscript was done, Bill Ayers, Sandy Snyder, and my Bennington classmate Wendy Call gave generously of their time and thoughts, putting in many hours editing and commenting on this book. I also want to express my appreciation to one of my fellow co-founders of the People's Law Office, Dennis Cunningham, who remains a visionary and a comrade. He did a final reading and shared with me his knowledge, analysis, and memories of the events of so long ago. Bradley Green, aka Abdul Shana, has been a constant source of information on life inside the Chicago Panthers. And I thank former Panthers Bobby Rush, Yvonne King, Lynn French, Billy Brooks, and Brenda Harris for sharing their experiences as Panthers and their recollections of Fred with me. I also want to thank Mumia Abu Jamal for writing up and sharing with me his impressions upon visiting 2337 West Monroe Street shortly after the raid. Flint Taylor was particularly helpful in finding transcripts and documents from the PLO historical files, and his daughter Kate scanned the entire 37,000-page trial transcript onto CDs, which made them accessible to me from 1,500 miles away. I also want to thank my wonderful agent, Francis Golden, who responded to my initial query with "How could I say no?" as if there were any doubt the book needed to be published. Francis has become a friend and someone I greatly respect. I want to thank Susan Betts of Lawrence Hill Books for publishing my account and guiding me through the steps necessary to complete it. In addition to thanking those who helped me during the writing and production processes, I must thank Fred Hampton's parents, Iberia and Francis, who, together with Fred's brother Bill and sister Dee Dee, took me in as a son and welcomed me in their Maywood home. So did their family and friends in Maywood and Haynesville, Louisiana. They were also willing to share with me their experiences with Fred and what he meant to them. I was continually encouraged to write the best book I could by my mother, Betty Haas, who, well into her 90s, remains a dedicated and scrupulous reader of my work and provides valuable criticism and support. Finally, to my wonderful wife, Mariel Nancy, I thank you for the endless hours during which you tolerated my preoccupation with the book, including my 4 a.m. risings to meet deadlines, your continued willingness to read and comment on drafts, and your love and support during the 4 years it took to complete. And of course to my loving kids, Justin and Rosa, who were willing to share their dad so I could complete this project, and to my older sons, Roger and Andrew, who constantly asked about the progress of the book and supported my writing.